Roe v Wade. What does this pro-lifer think? Let's talk about it, y'all. Middle America.
And you ain't black.
I don't know what I said.
The first time ever any...
What are you people? We're Americans.
We are Americans indeed. My name is Vincent. This is Middle America, where we're not left wing, we're not right wing, we're just right. I just shot a video on the top 5 factors that got us to this situation. That's still cooking. It's still downloading. But I figured that aside from the top 5 issues, that maybe folks wanted to talk. Maybe folks wanted to call in, voice their disagreement, agreement, how they feel. I really don't feel the real need to debate the topic, although everybody that knows me knows that I am open to debating the topic. But I think for me, I feel the exact same way today as I felt yesterday. I don't really feel anything earth-shattering has happened as far as what my aims and goals are as an abolitionist. I use the term pro-life because people are familiar with the term pro-life. But if you really drill me down, I am an abolitionist. Just like we had folks in the antebellum period who were against slavery, and they said we need an immediate end to slavery now. We do not need an incremental end to slavery. We need an immediate end to slavery, and there's going to be no compromises. That is where I get my ideological heritage relative to abortion. So that's where I stand. I view it as a human rights issue. But I also know that there are a lot of moving parts. If we bring up slavery again, we got to think about something. The economy during the antebellum period was propped up by forced labor and slavery. The entire economy was propped up by it. And so one of the main arguments was you're going to release all these Negroes and you're going to completely destroy our economy. And so you had a lot of people at the time who were, quote, moderates on slavery that said, hey, this is really bad what we're doing to these Negroes, but we can't destroy the entire economy. What's up, Podge? We can't destroy the entire economy for these Negroes. And the abolitionists said, man, we don't care. We don't care about the economy. You need to let them go, or we're going to keep burning your crops and all the rest of it. Okay. So the point is, after the Civil War, yes, we were liberated, quote unquote. However, there was Reconstruction and reparations, not to people who've been raped from their land and things like that and had their families separated. No. There were reparations for white slave owners who lost capital due to them losing their slaves. My point is, Reconstruction was in part a socialist solution to a segment of the population that had been upheld by an atrocity. And I view the American economy very similarly. Because we've had 61 million abortions, we have an economy now that almost demands abortions from people because of the way that it's structured. And so if you do such a massive shift, which I think is the right one morally, you have to also counterbalance that with a social program that recognizes that we had an economy built on this practice. So one of the reasons why I'm not really in Spike the Football mode right now is because I'm not seeing conversations about a Reconstruction type way to look at this country relative to this law being done away with. Now, again, this does not automatically mean an abortion ban. What it means is it goes back to the states. However, as many people have noted, more than 50% of the states and the unions are going to trigger laws that essentially would ban abortion. So one of the concerns that I have is that whether you believe in Medicare for all, socialism, Bernie Sanders, whatever, that's fine. All I'm saying is the nearest historic precedent we've had to something like this, in my mind, is the antebellum slave trade. And after the Civil War and the destruction that happened, we did come up with a social safety net so the entire country didn't go down. It saved the South and ostensibly saved America. So that's what we need to do. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not necessarily celebrating, because there is no official ban. And then on top of that, we're not having the conversations about how our nation is going to be restructured if and when an actual abortion ban happens. I'm not seeing a lot of conversations about that. And more particularly, I'm concerned more on the left than I am on the right, because no disrespect to my right-wing friends, but creating social safety nets for people has never been a priority for the right. So in my mind, we are well beyond time to have the conversations for how to reimagine our country, and then what social programs are going to be necessary to interface for this action. So in my mind, there is a lot of work that still needs to be done relative to how this is all going to work. I'm well aware of the hypocrisy of pro-life Republicans, but it seems to me pro-choicers immediately go to abortion rather than other resources. I mean, I'm not sure that's a fair characterization. I just think that many of us have been socialized to look at abortion as just a brute fact of life, and that's how it's going to be. And so there's not a lot of thought on what America looks like after abortion gets banned. So that's kind of been my concern. They do have an abortion pill. Yeah, I mean, they do have an abortion pill, but we did an interview with an Republicans don't care about you. Democrats had 50 years to codify it. Well, if you think the Democrats care about you, then I mean, I agree with you. The Republicans don't care about you, but do you think the Democrats care about you? What have they demonstrated in the last 15 years that would give you that perspective? I don't think the Republicans care about us. I don't think the Democrats care about us either. And that's one of the reasons that I'm not spiking the football, even though I've dedicated my life to the abolition of this practice. I'm not sure how it is in the U.S. I live in the Netherlands. We have very broad abortion laws. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. Pro-life Republicans are borderline fascist. Yeah, I feel like the fascist thing, once we start, once the Ukraine-Russia thing happened, the fascist thing is out the window, right? I mean, I don't really see how it doesn't. Calling people fascists because they're against abortion, to me, is a strange use of the term, and it doesn't seem to be very effective to me. But that's just my opinion. Overturning Roe v. Wade is another step to divide people further. Well, I mean, yeah, the Emancipation Proclamation was also very divisive, right? The Emancipation Proclamation was so divisive that it resulted in the assassination of a president. So, yeah, usually when you have a human rights atrocity that's been normalized and somebody reverses it, people are going to be divided, historically speaking. So, there's that. We're becoming a theocracy, not fascist. Well, again, as I said in my previous video, this is one of the assumptions that led to and will continue to lead to the losses for the pro-choice movement, because pro-choicers do not have what we call a customer profile for the average pro-lifer. The average pro-lifer is not a Christian fascist. And to think that the only people that believe that killing children is wrong are Christians, I think is insulting to my atheist friends. I've got atheist friends, and I've got friends who are atheists that have a pretty sophisticated moral network, and Christians do not have the corner market on morality. Christians are not the only people that can say killing defenseless babies is not a good idea. So I never want to insult my atheist friends and claim that we're the only ones that have a moral compass that says killing defenseless babies is wrong. So I don't think that this is indicative of a theocracy. I just think that that's I understand what Chris Hedges calls it Christian fascism. That's because Chris Hedges is out of touch with the movement. He doesn't understand. He doesn't get it. And obviously for me, I mean, I'm fine with that. If you've ever read The Art of War by Sun Tzu, this is playing right into our hands. It's emotionally satisfying to say that this is Christian fascism and blah, 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 blah. It's much more difficult to reconcile yourself to the fact that there are a lot of atheists, a lot of feminists who have entire organizations built to stopping abortion. Because if you actually recognize that, then you're going to have to ask yourself some questions. But if you relegate it all to Christian fascists, then you don't have to deal with the moral ramifications of what you're supporting. You can just say that it's Christians imposing Christian Sharia. Elio Mike, I'm a pro-life atheist. Religion plays no part in my opinion. Yeah, that's interesting, Mike. Were you always a pro-life atheist? You don't need religion to want to protect innocent babies. Well, Mike was a police officer, and for 13 to 15 years of his life, he put his life on the line every single day for people who didn't know. This guy is he leans toward being a protector. Again, no theology necessary. If you dedicate yourself to protecting innocent people from the clutches of people bigger and stronger than them, then obviously, when it comes to this question, he's completely ignored by the pro-choice movement. They just completely ignore people like him. The guy's an atheist. Atheist as a day is long, but he also believes that it's wrong. But keep saying it's Christian fascism. That's good for us, because as long as you guys think that, then that's going to dictate where you spend your money, how you run the commercials, and all the rest of it, because now pro-choicers are going to have to justify this stuff at the state level. And they're going to have to argue at the state level. So if you think that the only people that believe what I believe are fascist Christians, then that's good for our team. I think it'd be, if I was a strategist for abortion right now, I'd be extremely nervous. Not because of the Supreme Court stuff, but because of rhetoric like this: Christian fascism, Sharia, blah blah blah. Okay. I mean, the Mrs. Caucus is pro-life and not exactly religious. Correct. And again, we've got Louisiana, who is run by Democrats right now. They've outlawed abortion and put a $10,000 fine on any doctor that would commit an abortion. But continue to think it's Christian Sharia. That's good for us. I understand the anti-abortion stance. I just can't get behind the government having this much agency on anyone's body to this degree. Only Kavanaugh saying that this doesn't affect other rulings is bad. Well, Graveman, I don't know if you know this or not, but the vast majority of the laws that we have in this country restrict what you can do with your body. As I said before, the speed limit is a restriction on your body. That's the government telling you that you can only put a certain amount, you can only use your foot to put a certain amount of pounds of pressure on your steering wheel. That's a restriction of your bodily autonomy. So I think we need to rephrase the argument. What do you mean this much? The principle is that the life inside of the woman is a life. It's a human being, and as such, we shouldn't kill human beings. You've got to come up with something that answers that question or answers that argument. It's a great time to be alive, to see the scriptures come to light. In Jesus' name, amen. I agree. Say that this is a good decision. Don't we think it's premature? Don't you think there should be universal health care first, infrastructure first, definitely putting the cart before the horse? Avi, that's why I opened up in the antebellum period. There were moderates during the antebellum period that said, don't you realize the economic ramifications of what's going to happen if we free these Negroes? And the abolitionists said, yeah, we don't care. You guys are enslaving Negroes. We need to stop it now. You had quote extremists on the other side that were saying, oh, we got to keep these Negroes in slavery for all perpetuity. And then you had abolitionists that were saying, no, we need to get rid of it now. And then you had moderates. And the moderates were saying, yep, you got a great argument, but what's going to happen to the Southern economy? And they were right, by the way. They were right. The liberation of slaves cost 600,000 American lives and completely destroyed the Southern economy. And I'm here for all of it. Because the South should have done the right thing at the beginning, and they wouldn't have lost all those people. So, no, I'm not putting the cart before the horse. You are speaking, Avi, and no disrespect to you, my brother, but you are speaking like a true capitalist. Notice the dynamics. Notice the dynamics in this what he just said. Don't you think there should be universal healthcare first, infrastructure first? These are all economic concerns. Universal healthcare is an economic concern. Infrastructure is an economic concern. And like a true capitalist, we put capital over people. No, the horse is human life. So we protect human life, then we deal with the economy. Same thing with slavery. The horse is Negroes shouldn't be enslaved. We don't care about what the economic ramifications are. We'll take care of the economy after we free these Negroes. So that's why I started that way, because I'm a student of history, and it's important as a student of history to know where you stand. I see your point, but I think that's missing the forest for the trees. Some states won't even allow women to travel to get them. What about abortions for rape, incest, and safety of the mother? Well, Graveman, in what situation would we need to kill a child to save the mother's life? Like, tell me a situation in which we need to kill somebody to save the life of the mother. Question, Vin. It seems the black community is heavily Christian, but seems very pro-abortion. Why is that? Because black people are still dealing with the psychological ramifications of slavery. And so are white people. I don't know if you guys understand this. Understand what they're saying. You do realize that in New York City, in the years 2015 and 2016, more black babies were aborted than born? I told this to one of my non-racist white neoliberal friends, and he goes, well, black people are still around. The black community is still under the mindset in many areas of slavery. And this is unfortunately one of them. You know, we keep hearing that abortion functions to give women upward mobility in society. Do you know which demographic is at the very bottom of society? You got it, black women. They also have the highest abortion rates in the society by a mile. So if that arithmetic is correct, black women should be ruling America, because we're killing our kids at a higher clip than everybody else. But they're not. They're at the bottom of the barrel. They have the highest maternal mortality rate. They do the worst economically. They do the worst with upward mobility. They do the worst with house ownership. And yet they've got the highest abortions in America. It's because they're still under the slave mind, as Brother Minister Farrakhan said. At what point is Hey, Michelle, at what point is the value of the fetus baby the same as that of the mother's life? Oh, I mean, again, this argument doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. What are you talking when you say the value? I believe that all human beings are equal. I also believe that no human being can ever truly be the property of another human being. So I don't believe that when a child is in the womb that that child is the property of its mother for the mother to do with as she sees fit. I don't believe that. Slave mind is BS. Okay. You can feel that. I don't know if you're part of the black community, anarchist, but I am. And leaders in my community have repeated that same observation. I don't know if you've ever looked at the work of Brother Minister Farrakhan. I don't know if you've ever looked at the work of Marcus Garvey, who is extremely hostile to Margaret Sanger for obvious reasons. But this is something in the black conscious community that is just a given. So I don't know what circles you're running around in. If you say something that really stands out, I mean, I will post your comment. When does life start? Life begins at conception. That's the scientific consensus. We have scientific consensus that life begins at conception. Shouldn't no sperm be life too? No, token 420. The reason sperm are not life is because a sperm and egg are gametes. Okay, so there's a definitive historical moment where when two gametes meet, they form a separate organism, and that organism is self-assembling that directs its own development, separate from the rest of the systems in the body of the woman. So to say that masturbation is ending life and all the rest of it is just it's a bad argument, but that doesn't take science into the equation. What's happening in abortion is not gametes being discarded. What's happening in an abortion is a living organism that is being killed. That's the difference. Should I call Devin or wait if you're... I definitely think you should call him, Michelle. What is your response to black pro-choice women? My response to black pro-choice women is generally that they shouldn't kill their children. And then secondarily, I bring up what happened in New York in 2015 and 2016. More black babies aborted than born. And I say, sister, who do you think that benefits? Do you think that benefits our people? You think less black babies in the planet affects our people in a positive or negative way? And the people that hate us, what do you think they're saying? That the folks that are strangling us on camera, shooting Tamir Rice to death, all the rest of it, how do you think they feel when they see that you're aborting your kids at a clip higher than they're being born? You're doing their job for them. That's how I talk about it. Marcus Garvey, who was a Jamaican like me, was extremely skeptical about Margaret Sanger's motivations. What is your opinion on the morning after pill? I think the morning after pill is one of those things where I'm very, very happy I had an interview with an OBGYN, because a lot of people think that the morning after pill is something that it's not. My position is very simple. All human beings are equal, no matter what stage of development, no matter what race, and no matter what their abilities are, whether able or disabled, whatever their sexual orientation is, whatever their religious or non-religious beliefs are. If you are a Homo sapien, you're on the team and you should be protected. That's my position. Vin, we got to talk sometime. Do you offer chats? If so, how? Yeah, Burn, if you want to chat, I can put a link in the thing and you can jump on and we can have a discussion. Again, I'm here to discuss, answer questions. I'm not here to spike the football. I'm not here to make fun of, pro-choice people. I think that there are some very valid and real concerns pro-choice people have that I share. And obviously for me, the work is not done. It's not close to being done. So there's no spike into football for me. And so what I just explained, so I just explained the difference between gametes, right? Between sperm and egg, and then the difference between what happens in fertilization versus, two gametes left by themselves. And then Amin says, thank you so much for caring about my sperm. Sperm lives matter. This is the reason you guys keep losing. Because you'll say a bad argument, the argument gets clearly refuted by science, but then they'll keep talking like nothing happened, which again these are all good science for me, because I say to myself, okay, great. So then when it goes to the States and we start having these debates and we start running these commercials, these people are going to get obliterated because they can't interact with what their opponents are actually saying. And that's why this stuff happens. Brittany brings up a very important topic. What happens to all the kids that aren't wanted? They get abused. Well, it's not true that all kids that are unwanted, quote unquote, get abused. But I will say that a lot of them do. But Brittany, what's your suggestion? Is your suggestion that we kill them before they can be abused? I didn't come up in a perfect circumstance. I had a lot of issues. A lot of times when we were homeless, a lot of times we were running for our lives in certain situations. I'm glad nobody walked into the homeless shelter and machine gunned us all to death because we were going to have a hard life. Are you doing this to get to heaven, or is it for the zygotes? I'm doing this because I believe that we should do the most good to the most people for the most possible time while we're on earth. I'm not doing anything to get to heaven. Jesus got me to heaven. My place in heaven is secure. I could never speak for the rights of babies again for the rest of my life, and that wouldn't change my status in heaven. But that's a pretty self-centered way to look at things. If I've got millions of people who are facing execution, and I say, well, it's not going to affect me, so I'm good. From my vantage point, that goes against Jesus's command in the Good Samaritan parable, where you help people. Somebody's in danger, people stronger than them have overpowered them, you help people. And I'm not doing that because I want to go to heaven. That's already secured. I'm doing that because that's the heart of Christ. And more importantly, secondly, honestly, to tell you the truth, there were a bunch of white people during the slave period that says, nah, we're not tolerating this. You're going to let these Negroes go. And they fought, and they went up against their society. They went up against their economy, but they did the right thing because my folks at the time were too weak to advocate for themselves. So that's why I do what I do. Should we then charge men with child abandonment and jail them for refusing to raise their kids, garnish half their wages? What about the 14-year-old girl who gets raped? Jeff, I don't know if you're familiar with this, Jeff, but that happens a lot. Men get charged all the time. As a matter of fact, their wages get garnished by the government. I had a friend one time, he's working for me, and he's like, you got to find a different way to pay me, because we're setting up direct deposit for him. I said, why? He said, well, the government comes in and takes X amount of money from me every time I get a paycheck. So I need clarification exactly on what you mean by that. I need clarification. Yeah, Michelle, that's a pretty crazy situation. I think you guys need to have more conversations after today, right? I'm a father, and I happen to have personal boundaries when it comes to abortion. I'm in the choice camp. I'm lucky I can provide a life for my son. Well, I agree, Avi, and that's one of the discussions that needs to happen. That's one of the major reasons I'm kind of somber today, because if you go back to the antebellum period, as I said, there was a major economic social program that was initiated because of the destruction of the South. It's called Reconstruction. And I view this the same way. We've had, in my opinion, a false economy propped up by all these abortions. And now when that lever breaks, do we have a commensurate social program to interface with that change? And I'm not hearing that from anybody. You're definitely not going to hear it from the right. And I'm not hearing it from the left. All I'm hearing from the left is we're going to fight to get abortion back, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that's going to happen. If you look at the trajectory, if you look what happened after the antebellum slave trade, the next generation look back at the previous generation in absolute horror. We have too many videos and too many pictures of what has actually been done to these kids to where the next generation is going to look at us and say that we were crazy. So what I would love for left-wing people to do is to come up with another form of reconstruction like what happened after the Civil War to account for our new society, and I'm not hearing any of that, and that's one of the reasons that I am pretty somber today, because I know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to make fighting to get abortion back the big thing and blah, 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 and they're going to raise a lot of money and yada, 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 and meanwhile, all these bans are going to go through, and we're not going to have a commensurate social program to cancel out what's about to happen. So that's one of the reasons I'm not spiking the football right now. Because I don't interpret that as a good situation. Have you looked up Marco Rubio's Providing for Life Act? I have not, Rig. I have not. So to be fair, let me, because maybe I was being unfair to my right wing counterparts by assuming that they didn't have anything. Hold on, let's see. Rubio's, what's it called? Hold on, let me check this out, because Rig is usually on his stuff. Not to say that the rest of you guys aren't, but Rig is really on his stuff most of the time. Okay, Rubio Providing for Life Act. Okay, this might be a good. Let's see what it is. Marco release framework for providing the legislation proposals for onboard children and their mothers. Below are key provisions. And they okay, hold on. Maybe I shouldn't be so morose. Maybe I shouldn't be so morose. Holy shit, Rig. You know what? I'm gonna screen share this, guys, and let's just read it together. Who knew that Marco Rubio had it in him? Okay, Marco. All right, guys, let's check this out here. This is the we got to give credit to Rig for this. Here we go. Here's Rubio's Providing for Life Act. Enable paid parental leave. Legislation including Rubio's New Parents Act, a bill that would allow new and newly adoptive parents to pull forward up to 3 months of their Social Security benefits to finance paid parental leave. Stay-at-home parents with a sufficient earnings history would also be able to take the funding option and receive resources. Okay, that's a step in an okay direction, and Rubio is a Republican, so he's always going to look at the fiduciary ramifications, yada, yada, yada. I'm not a fan. You're basically taking out of retirement and, pulling it out early to take care of family medical leave. It's better than nothing. I still think, I'm not planning on using Social Security at all, but not everybody is in my situation, so I don't know. That gets a 5 out of 10 for me. Expand the CTC. Rubio and Senator Mike Lee, Republican, led the charge to double the child tax credit in 2017. In this legislation, Rubio again calls for a significant expansion of the CTC to allow parents to keep more of their hard-earned money to cover the costs of raising children. Under the expanded CTC, parents would receive a credit up to $3,500 per child, $4,500 per child under the age of 6. The expanded CTC would maintain current phase-out thresholds of $200,000 for single filers and $400,000 for married filing jointly. Parents could claim the credit for their unborn children. The refundable portion of the credit would phase in at a rate of 15.3, beginning with the first dollar of income earned to reflect the combined employee and employer payroll tax liability, and the SALT deduction would be eliminated to help pay for the expanded credit. Okay. That is good. I will say that is good. I like that a lot better than the Social Security thing. Again, though, notice it's working Americans. Okay, that's cool. But what about the 16-year-old who doesn't have a job and is going to get kicked out of her house if she has a kid? These are real world scenarios. That absolutely happens. I don't see how this girl gets protected in this scenario. Again, it's not perfect. It's something. It's something, though. Expand child support enforcement requirements. Aha! Child support enforcement. This is what I talk about with the men. And kudos to him, because this is one of the arguments that pro-choice. Oh, you guys, if abortion was done by men, it would be done tomorrow. And I keep explaining to folks that abortion benefits men financially a lot more than it benefits women because of child support. Provide critical support for low-income moms. Okay, finally. Okay, that's good. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has estimated that the CSE lifted nearly 1 million people out of poverty in 2012 alone. However, in recent years, the share of custodial parents receiving CSE monies has declined. Individuals receiving temporary assistance for needy families and Medicaid are already required to cooperate with state, SNAP, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so that's good. Provide additional fundings for the WIC program, expand tax relief, expand access to social services, create a clearinghouse of resources for pregnant women, expand crisis pregnancy center, enforce rights for pregnant college students. Holy shit. Rubio's legislation includes his Pregnant Students' Rights Act, which would protect the rights of pregnant students and their babies by strengthening existing requirements for higher education institutions to publicly disclose the resources and rights available for pregnant and parenting students, including information about how to file a Title IX complaint with the U.S. Department of Education if their school does not provide these accommodations. Okay, you know what? That's a good start. Definitely not a fan of maternity leave being funded by Social Security. We just spent $60 billion on a proxy war with Ukraine. We spent a couple $1 trillion on jihad for the last 20 years. Why we can't get these women 100% unconditional support, and now we're telling them that they need to draw out of their Social Security to pay. That's a non-starter for me. It looks to me like Rubio is well-intentioned, but he understands that Republicans are going to be controlling everything in the next 2 to 4 years, and that the question is, how are you going to pay for it? And unless it's war, there's never going to be a satisfactory answer for Republicans. Again, I might be mischaracterizing them, but that's my view at this point. Okay? Rig, thank you for the Marco Rubio thing. I think it makes I think it's a good sign in the sense that Marco Rubio is thinking about this, and he's probably in the same position I'm in. It just seems that the language is him trying to go around the inevitable, how are you going to pay for it, that always gets trotted out anytime we try to do something for our own folks. Unless it's jihad or a proxy war, I'm sorry, but Republicans never seem to ask that question when it's about war. That's my opinion. I'm not sure. Funny, when I proposed something like this, I was called an antebellum. Now you like it. Proved a liar yet again. Okay, that's probably what do you call it? Franz. No, Franz. What you suggested was that we have to have the economic structures in before we end abortion. And I explained to you that the moderates during the antebellum period had the exact same argument. That's what I said. And that's the position you support. Rubio is not saying we need to have this in place before we end abortion. He's simply saying, in light of what's going on, here are some structures that we should have in place. Now, Franz, if you believe that you're taking some moderate position on abortion by saying we need to have the economics before we protect human life, you are squarely in the camp of the moderate folks during the antebellum period. that were saying literally the exact same thing. That's what I said. Thank you for playing, though. And of course, if you'd like to join and have a conversation, Franz, you can come right on and we'll have a discussion. We've demonstrated on Middle America that folks are able to share their opinion and have it come across, and that you will be treated respectfully and with kindness. Thank you for participating, though. Don't you think seeing an early conception as equivalent to the life of a full-grown person is unreasonable? Well, again, that question strikes to your own inherent bias against underdeveloped people. That's called ageism. You're saying that they're not equal to us because they're not as developed as us. And I would say that that is unreasonable. Saying that a human being is not equal to you because of something like race, I think is irrational. Saying a human being is not equal to you because of something like gender, I think is irrational. Saying a human being is not equal to you for something like sexual orientation, I think is irrational. And I also think saying a human being is not equal to you because of their stage of development is also irrational. I think all of those are unreasonable. My perspective is once you become a human being, once you're a human being, you're on the team, you should be protected and you have equal rights. That's my position. What's up, Tasco? Sketch Therapy says, no federal body should rule how you use your body. Move to a state where the electorate chose that as the law of the land. Take a Greyhound and or Crimea River. Well, I don't think it's that simple for people. And again, I think a lot of our friends have been brainwashed by Planned Parenthood, who obviously has a fiduciary motive for telling women that if they get pregnant, their lives are going to be over, they're economically going to be ruined and all the rest of it, and abortion is the only recourse they have to you know, you hear this all the time in their rhetoric. They're like, oh, this is stopping women from upward mobility. That's what they want to do. As if having a child completely destroys all your opportunities. So I know that's fallacious. My mother was a single black woman in America, and she made it that I know anybody can make it. But at the same time, I also understand that people that have been raised from their first conscious moment to believe that a child is completely going to destroy their life, I could see why they would be terrified today. Do I support fetal personhood? I don't address personhood at all in the abortion discussion because personhood is a philosophical category. It's not a scientific one. There is no scientific consensus on personhood. There is a scientific consensus on when a human life begins. As I've said a million times, Francesca Minerva, who wrote the nightmarishly consistent article, After Birth Abortion, Why Should the Baby Live?, in which she argues that a newborn is not a person because a newborn does not have a concept of the future wherein she can have aims, goals, and preferences. So she believes that after birth, you should be able to kill the child because the child is not technically a person in her view. So the distinction between personhood, a lot of pro-choice people believe that that's a nice way of circumventing the moral ramifications of killing a human being. But again, this is why I say that it is very important to know history, okay? Because the distinction between a human being versus a human person in order to justify a certain action has been used before. Here's a quote. And this is from the Federalist Papers. You got the link right there. All this is admitted. It will perhaps be said, but does it follow from an admission of numbers for the measure of representation or of slaves combined with free citizen as a ratio of taxation that slaves ought to be included in the numerical rule of representations? Slaves are considered as property, not as persons. So one of the justifications for enslaving black people was that we were not persons. We were human beings, but we were not persons. We were some strange sort of intermediary between apes and Homo sapiens. They couldn't deny that we were humans. What they did was they denied our personhood in order to justify the perpetuation of slavery. So when you talk about fetal personhood, this is harking back to the same methodology that was used by the slave owners in the antebellum period. Thank you for that question. God bless Franz. Not really interested in your rationalizations, inconsistencies, lies. Done arguing. Then why did you come onto the stream? You're not interested in the truth because you're emotional and you're angry, Franz, and that's okay. That's okay. You're still in the community. Everybody still loves you. It's okay. You can be angry if you want. Planned Parenthood doesn't just provide abortions. I agree. What does that have to do with anything, though? How do you feel about the violinist argument? Well, articulate the violinist argument for everybody. I'll post it there and then we'll interact with it. Personhood and humanity shouldn't be distinct. Otherwise, you get Nazism, slavery, native genocide, etc. I agree. That's why we use terms like dehumanization. The reason we say that dehumanization is a bad thing is because we are conflating species and personhood in the same being. When you say so-and-so is trying to dehumanize a person, you're doing both. Nobody says it's okay to dehumanize something, but it's not. Nobody says it's okay to dehumanize somebody, but it's not okay to depersonalize them. Ridiculous. Those distinctions, those philosophical distinctions only get made when you're about to do something really bad. I think his position is very radical. I understand it in a philosophical sense, but I think it's not practically applicable. I don't know what you're talking about, DeJong. Please be more clear. Should the laws existing now take into account fetuses? Well, a fetus is a baby, right, Jay? Can we agree on that? A fetus is a baby. So any law that would apply to a baby outside the womb, I believe, should apply to a baby inside the womb. If you want to minimize pain and maximize pleasure, abortion should be allowed. Well, that's not my highest value. My highest value is protecting human life. Maximizing pleasure is not my highest value. That's the highest value of rapists, right? Rapists, their idea is maximizing pleasure. I think when you put maximizing pleasure on par with minimizing pain, you get really horrible scenarios. Jeff says the antebellum slave owners also raped their slaves and forced them to give birth because those babies were considered the property of the slave owners. They were essentially pro-life. Jeff, if you think that that's a compelling argument, then I'll leave you to that. 99% of the abortions that are happening in America are not happening due to sexual assault. They're happening due to capitalistic economic concerns. Furthermore, as I've said a million times, if you are concerned about sexual assault relative to abortion, then you would be happy that abortion looks like it's on its way out, because 53% of sex-trafficked women state that they were forced to have an abortion in order for their pimp's business to continue working well. So if you're worried about sexual assault, you'll be happy because abortion facilitates the systemic sexual assault of women and girls. That's a fact. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. And you know I have the receipts. Thank you for sharing, though. Violinist argument is please pay attention to this, guys. It's basically that one night you're driving along a stretch of highway and you end up hitting this violinist. You end up finding out that if you don't donate blood or kidney use, he will die. And you have to do this for several months, as long as it takes a child to grow in the womb, in order for medical science to get far enough to save him. Do you have the obligation to use your body to keep him alive? To keep him alive? Do you feel this is comparable to abortion? If not, how so? And can you make it so? Okay. So That's a violinist argument, right? You hit the guy, you're driving along a highway, and you hit him. Should you be obligated? Would I? Well, obviously, I would do whatever I could to save the man's life. Are you asking me, should I be legally obligated to save the man's life if I'm the one that put his life in peril? Absolutely. Absolutely, I would support legislation for that. Let me go even farther. I was at a prayer meeting one time, and we're all praying, whatever. We hear this giant explosion outside. I run outside. I see a car turned upside down. Horrible situation. So we're running to this car, and I'm praying, and I said, okay. I was like, God, please prepare me. I know I'm about to see some dead bodies, but if somebody's alive, we want to be able to help. So, insanely enough, everybody in the car was alive. We pulled them all out. This other car pulls up, and I'm checking on everybody, broken bones, blah, blah, blah. This other car comes up. This guy jumps out of the car and goes after the guy in the overturned car. Turns out, the guy that was about to kill the other guy, his daughter was in the car, and the dude was ossified drunk and almost got everybody killed. So I basically, I jammed the guy up and calmed him down until we get the police or whatever. Here's my point. I am completely good with passing legislation that says if you're a drunk driver and you commit an act that makes it so a person needs a kidney or anything else, I would 100,000% support legislation that says you have to do that to address that issue. Absolutely. Absolutely, I would. For sure. No, Fauna, you articulate in a very good way. Yeah. I would completely support that obligation, especially if it's a parent, for sure. Jeff said, do you honestly think the guy who's forcing women into the sex trade against their will isn't going to just punch her in the stomach or back to get a back alley abortion? Jeff, I wasn't quoting myself. I was quoting Miss Lederer, who the United States State Department went to consult because she's an expert in sex trafficking. Okay? So, Jeff, what you're saying is, yeah, that's what the experts are saying, and that's what the eyewitness testimony of these women is, and you're coming back and saying, they'll just punch them in the stomach. Ridiculous. I don't know if you've ever met sex traffickers, but they're some of the most intrepid, brilliant people you've ever met in your life. They're extremely intelligent, and they know just punching a woman in the stomach is not going to get rid of her baby. Secondly, why would he want to do that to her when he could just march down the clinic and they're going to kill that child, no questions asked, and then she can be back out on the streets? Why would he do all that damage to her when he can get it done in a clinical way? Jeff, I don't even know how to answer that for you, to be honest with you. Finn, would you seriously not consider if the pregnancy put Sori's life in serious danger, even if you'd likely lose the baby anyway? Well, Tasco, tell me in what scenario that would be. As I've said a million times, ectopic pregnancies are not abortions. Even Planned Parenthood says ectopic pregnancies aren't abortions. So in which situation would we have to kill our child in order to save Sori's life in an abortion? I see the Democrat slavers are mad. We stopped forceful sterilization of black and brown in 1977. These Democrat bigots have been forcing us to abort till 1970, and now they market it. I'm not sure that's completely accurate. And we haven't stopped forced sterilization. Buck v. Bell is a Supreme Court decision that has never been overturned. And Buck v. Bell allows the government, at least at a federal level, to forcibly sterilize people. So I'm not sure that practice has ended, to be honest with you. Those girls being stress trafficked are now going to have to force to get unsafe back alley abortions. Where's your empirical data that supports that? See, I have empirical data that supports what I'm saying. Where's your empirical data that supports that? You know, every time I hear about these coat hanger abortions, back alley abortions, yada, 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 I always say, okay, where's the documented evidence? And to this moment, I haven't received one. I got one from the head of Planned Parenthood, which the Washington Post gave her 4 Pinocchios because she was saying 5,000 women a year were dying of botched abortions prior to Roe v. Wade. And the Washington Post gave her 4 Pinocchios, because that's just a lie. That's a scare tactic that those folks use in order to terrorize people into keeping this stuff legal. But there's no empirical data that says that happened in America prior to 1973. Oh, my Amy says I'm skipping her question. Hold on, Amy Lee. What do you think of Jewish arguments? Oh, I think they're ridiculous. I think that the Judaism arguments about how abortions and religious freedom, I think that's ridiculous. It's not something I take very seriously. Like, if you had somebody from Kenya or somebody come over here and say, yeah, man, female circumcision is part of my religion, nobody would co-sign allowing that, right? So there are obvious limits to religious freedom. I just never paid a lot of attention to that because I just thought it was a dumb argument, and on a legal level is dead in the water. Brittany, so your answer is to blanket abortion laws. Do you have the same passion when rallying for laws that combat sex trafficking from happening in the first place? I'm pretty sure Brittany would be 1,000% against sex trafficking. Obviously, I can't speak for her, so I'm sure she's going to respond to that, but I'm pretty certain that Brittany would be 100,000. I don't know her. It's the first time I've ever seen her on the forum, but I'm pretty sure she'd be 100,000% against that. Do you at least think we should have easy abortion access for people who are raped, cases of incest, or teenage pregnancy? You can answer each separately if needed. Fauna, what you would have to do is pass legislation that says that we can punish children for the crimes of their fathers. So if you were to publish a document in the Supreme Court that says we can deprive somebody of life and liberty, the 14th Amendment, we can deprive you of life if your father or mother committed a capital crime. That's the only way you could have that supported in a legal way. If I'm against the death penalty as a Christian, because I'm trying to maintain a consistent pro-life ethic, but here's what usually happens in sexual assault. From my vantage point, the guy gets away with it, the woman is emotionally traumatized, and 5 times out of 10, the baby ends up being killed. So the baby gets the death penalty, the woman gets life imprisonment psychologically, and the man gets to go away scot-free. I think that's a completely unjust system. So I don't think we should pass legislation that allows for the killing of children for the crimes of their fathers, because on what basis could you limit that just to the womb? That's how the law works. The law works on precedent and principle, right? The Dobbs decision happens and the principle of the Dobbs decision gets applied to X and Y state. So you can't just say, oh, we'll make an exception for rape, because now what you're doing is you're creating a legal precedent that children can be killed for the crimes of their parents. And do you really want to go down that line? I don't. So I don't think that's a very good argument. Aren't there pills that prevent pregnancy straight after intercourse? Yeah, and as Brittany says, I'm against sex trafficking, which I knew from the beginning she was. I don't even think she needed to answer that question. Yeah, so there's, for the record, our sister is against sex trafficking. Okay. Sketch therapy. He's trolling folks now. Can we get reparations from all elected officials in the Democrat Party? Say they invented slavery, yada yada yada. Generally, Vin, my man Tasco. I'm gonna go ahead and say, Tasco, you agree with me totally. You just can't bring yourself to say it because you're in complete cognitive dissonance because you've been brainwashed by the Planned Parenthood folks. Tasco's my brother. He's known me for about 3 or 4 years. Generally, Vin, I agree with you about the morality of it with certain exceptions, but in order to legislate it to law, you need a consensus on it, like homicide. Can't force law onto pop without. I'm gonna let him finish. I'm gonna let him finish that thought. Okay, Jeff, I have someone that the U.S. State Department is consulting on the topic, as well as the American Psychological Association. I've got what they say, and you're telling me to watch a documentary on HBO Max. How about you get us a document that validates what you're saying or contradicts what the U.S. State Department published as a real issue? How about we do that? There's a version of the violinist where you've been kidnapped and forced to do a blood transfusion. Should you be forced to continue providing that against your will? Okay. When I first heard this this argument, I didn't really believe that pro-choicers were making the argument because there is an obvious flaw in it. But sure enough, pro-choicers were making that argument. So I will answer it right after I deal with Tasco's point. Tasco says, generally, Vin, I agree with you about the morality of it with certain exceptions, but in order to legislate into law, you need consensus on it, like homicide, etc. Can't force law onto a population without consensus. That's completely untrue. Again, Tasco, if you go to the South, they absolutely, the majority of them wanted slavery to continue. That was something that was enforced on them without the population going along with it. It is easy to say we need consensus when it's not your group that's being systemically enslaved, raped, or murdered. Tasco, I promise you, if your country had a systemic program to murder people in your demographic, you wouldn't want people to come to a consensus before that law was overturned. You would want people to advocate for you and overturn it immediately before you got your head cut off, right? So that is a position that can only be taken by a person with a certain amount of privilege. And I'm from a group of people that didn't have that privilege. So it would be completely hypocritical for me to say, oh yeah, let's wait till we get consensus, when I know good and well that the Civil War happened because there wasn't consensus. And 600,000 people died in order for me to be freed. So Tasco, if you were in a time machine, you'd say, oh, well, I understand what you're saying about these Negroes, but we gotta wait for some consensus here. Which, by the way, was an argument that moderates were making during the antebellum period. So that's how to answer that question. Here's the dilemma. River Ross says, there's a version of violinist where you've been kidnapped, forced to do blood transfusion. You should be forced to continue to find that against your will. No, I don't believe that if you've been kidnapped and forced against your will, that there should be a law that says you need to be connected to the machine. I believe you ought to be able to disconnect yourself from that machine that's giving a blood transfusion. The reason that I did not believe that pro-choicers made that argument was because of how patently easy that is to deconstruct. Dear listener, and to me, it's a little bit insulting to women. 99% of abortions are not women who just woke up and all of a sudden they're pregnant. They got kidnapped and put in some lab and then boom, somebody shoved. 99% of abortions are a man and a woman and enjoying consensual sex and then not wanting to take responsibility for their actions, right? Secondly, dear listener, I live in Maine. We have some very, very cold winters. Do you know if a 6-year-old knocked on my door and said, hey, it's really cold out here and I'm 10 miles away from home. Can I come inside of your house to warm myself and maybe get something to eat? Do you know that I could slam the door in that kid's face and tell him to kick rocks? But if I got another knock on my door and it was my 16-year-old kid and he says, Dad, I'm freezing out here. I'm going to freeze to death. Do you know what would happen if I slammed the door in his face and he died? I would go to prison. Do you know why? Because as his parent, I am obligated to care for him in a way that I am not obligated to care for the other 8 billion people on the planet or the other 320 million people in America. Parents have natural and axiomatic obligations to their children. So the dilemma where you wake up and you're being connected to somebody, some random person that you don't know, should you have to do that? And then we say that's what abortion is. I'm sorry, that's not what abortion is. Secondly, abortion is not simply the disconnection of wires. Abortion is the active killing of another human being. If there was a procedure that would disconnect the child from the mother without eviscerating it, slicing it open, crushing its skull till its brain matter oozes from its mother's cervix, if there was a way to simply disconnect that child and then have it grow up in a petri dish or something, I'd be all for it. We're not disconnecting wires in abortion. We are dissecting alive children. So that's why that metaphor, River, doesn't work. Amy, what I'm talking about is the numbers given to us by the Guttmacher Institute. 99% of abortions are elective in the sense of, and they're mostly cite economic concerns. If you have another abortion stat that says otherwise, please show it to us. I'll put it on the screen for everyone to see. Oh, no, ma'am. I'm not talking about women who are being forced into unwanted sex. What I'm talking about is what the Guttmacher says 99% of abortions are about. Secondly, as I said, even in a forced situation, what is the logic? What is the legal logic? Because I'm talking legally now. What is the legal logic of killing a child because his father was a rapist? And where do we draw that line? When are we going to pass legislation that says we should be able to punish a child for the crimes of their father or mother? These are serious questions that need to be answered. I don't think people understand what they're doing. Every law that we put in the books creates a legal precedent. So if you make that exception, anybody could argue later on, yes, let's continue to punish children for the crimes of their parents. I think that that's a violation of the 14th Amendment. I also think it's a violation of due process. Avi says, that's it for me. I appreciate your responses to my chats. Hope you have a good evening. We're at odds, but I appreciate your candor and openness in the discussion. Yeah, man, I appreciate you too, bro. I appreciate you too. Most people don't report rapes. I'm very well aware of that. When I was in downtown ministry, I always say 95% of the girls I ran into had been assaulted in some way, but that's because I try to be as accurate as possible. But I to be honest with you, I cannot remember any girl that wasn't sexually assaulted when we were doing downtown ministry. Women in those areas, obviously very low income, they had to resort to certain things. And so because of that, because these girls had reputations for being sex workers, the concept of them getting sexually assaulted, the police kind of looked the other way, or it was a joke or whatever. So the specific demographic that we were dealing with, the vast majority, if not all of them, had been sexually assaulted. And I do believe you can sexually assault sex workers. I don't think there should be a debate about that. But there's a lot of people that don't believe that it's possible to sexually assault a sex worker. But anyway, long story short, your point is well taken. I agree with you. But the issue is there isn't a one-to-one correlation between a woman being raped, getting pregnant, and having an abortion. Not every woman who is pregnant from rape gets an abortion. So when Guttmacher says 99% of our abortions are not because of rape, incest, life of the mother, but because of economic and educational aspirations, they're not saying that accounts for everything. What it's saying is, by what we can measure, those are the numbers. That's what I'm saying. And my argument is, if you're concerned about sexual assault, which all of us should be, then you would be happy at the ending of abortion because, as I've said, 53% of sex-trafficked women report at least being forced into one abortion. We have videos where the Planned Parenthood person is telling the pimp and the underage girl how to get an abortion and what to do after the abortion in the 2 weeks that she needs to recover to get back on the street. Those are all facts. I have a question in regards to the article in the Washington Post about the girl who had twins because she couldn't get an abortion before the anti-abortion law went into effect. We are told that Roe v. Wade was paramount in keeping these women safe and presenting back alley abortions. Why then was this story of a young woman having... Hold on, guys. This was pretty big. Why then was this story of a young woman having twins so sensationalized? I mean, if Roe v. Wade is paramount to the safety of women, then should she have broken the law as it is just an inconvenience like speed limits? Isn't this at least evident that in some cases anti-abortion laws save some lives, not condemn them? And that's what everyone wants. I mean, I don't know, just asking here. Well, of course, anti-abortion laws save lives. It was the Washington Post, and the Washington Post is so stuck in their echo chamber that they don't realize how crazy some of the things that they said was. So they have this woman changing two twins, and the line said she wanted to get an abortion, but the Texas law went into place before she could get an abortion, and now she has twins. So it's this woman with these twins, and the Washington Post is bemoaning the fact that these twins are now alive, and they really don't see how crazy it is what they're saying. I thought to myself, man, I hope those kids never see that article when they grow up. Think about what they're saying. It's horrific. Anything without a conscious experience to be a human being. Let me see what Fauna said here, because I don't think Fauna. I think that the major disconnect is that you classify the fetus as a child and others don't see it as anything more than a parasite. I said the whole personhood thing because I don't really consider anything without a conscious experience to be a human being. Excellent. Excellent. So, Flana, if somebody has been in a coma for a year, they don't have any conscious experience. So that means I can walk into the doctor's office, tear off its arms, its legs, eviscerate its stomach, crush its skull until its brain matter exits to the floor because he doesn't have any conscious experience. He's not feeling it. He has no sensation of pain. So no harm, no foul, because according to you, it's no longer a human being because it doesn't have conscious experience. I don't think you guys want to carry that out to its logical conclusion. You know, a lot of women go through various surgeries and they get put under anesthesia. And while they're under anesthesia, they don't have conscious experiences. Now think about the ramifications of what that means. You know, what's interesting to me is that all these people who continually try to make a distinction between which human beings are really human and which are not, isn't it weird that they never classify their classification of human beings as being subhuman? It's always somebody else or somebody else. So it's always, oh, black people, gay people, unconscious people. It's always somebody else who's not really human. But my group, oh, no, we're all human. We should all be protected. It doesn't matter what people consider life. What matters is what the scientists say. And the scientists tell us that life begins at conception. That's indisputable. And it's non-controversial. Personhood is a philosophical discussion that is helpful in some areas and damn right Nazi-like in other areas. Calling a fetus a parasite is just evil. Correct. A fetus is simply a baby. She says, no, but you can pull the plug. You're being disingenuous. Again, you don't understand. Pulling the plug on a coma patient is not the same thing as an abortion. Pulling the plug is a person leaving that other person to nature. That's what the plug is. The plug is an artificial means of maintaining somebody's life. To analogize that to abortion doesn't work, because if you left the fetus to nature, you would end up with a childbirth. So it's the analogy doesn't break down there, sis. I'm sorry. If your 9-year-old little girl got raped and impregnated, what would you do? Lonnie, I don't know how many cases of 9-year-old pregnancies there are. But I certainly wouldn't advocate for my daughter to kill my grandchild. I wouldn't do that. I view life as a blessing. So I would look at that as something that God, in the midst of the ugliness of the rape, a gift that God has given. And again, because I've been in the gutter and in the streets working with these women, I've worked with women who kept their child after a sexual assault, and they've told me that the child saved their life. So a lot of this stuff is metaphorical to you guys or theoretical to you guys, but if you've actually been in the gutter with low-income women and low-income men, it changes your perspective on a lot of things. I'm not trying to use emotionally loaded language. Just medically speaking, the fetus is an organism that feeds on the mother without providing for her. I don't like being compared to a Nazi for that. Fauna, I didn't call you a Nazi for that. The fact of the matter is, first of all, go to any parasitologist and tell them that a fetus is a parasite. They'll tell you that you're crazy. Parasite, 99.999% of the times, is something from a different species that jumps onto another species. That's what a parasite is. So you're wrong about that. Just scientifically speaking, you're wrong. A fetus is simply a baby. That's all it is. And by the way, if the baby's a parasite at 6 weeks, he's also a parasite at 8 months. So are you good with a woman being able to get rid of her parasite at 8 months? In which case she'd have to break its neck, take a scissor and just keep poking him in the back of his head until he dies. Are you good with that too? Because it's still a parasite. Well, I've been asking people, Ian, in what circumstance would we need to perform an abortion to save a mother's life? 90% of the time I ask that question, people respond with ectopic pregnancies. Dear listener, an ectopic pregnancy is not an abortion. Even Planned Parenthood says that. Dirk in the house. Dirk in the house. You'd rather her go through the birthing process at 9. Obviously, this is extreme, but do you mean that genuinely? Absolutely. If she can get pregnant, we'll consult with a doctor, and we would have the child. Again, this is a ridiculous question. To me, these questions indicate that people who support abortion are insecure about the practice itself, because you have to go to these weird one-off situations that don't happen at all but we're not talking about 99% of the 61 million. That tells me you're insecure about the morality and the legality of abortion. If you thought it was a good practice, then you would be saying, yeah, a woman should be able to, you'd be like Sam Sater and say, yeah, she should be able to use it like birth control. She should do whatever she wants. You wouldn't be going to these weird edge cases that don't happen except for once every 50 years. Well, that's great, Jeff. That's great rhetoric. That's great rhetoric. But you can't avoid the fact that you're actively killing a defenseless human being. And when you're saying it's her choice, you're dehumanizing the child in the womb to being just property to be dispensed with at the mother's behest. And that's, look, I don't know what you are, but I'm a person of African descent in America. So I've already seen how that template plays out. Yeah, there you go. That's Sadie's perspective. Sadie says, I'm not insecure about abortion. I don't care why she chooses abortion. It's not my business. I agree. If you're gonna be a pro-abortion person, be like Sadie. Bringing up these weird edge cases, I don't think is very rhetorically significant to a lot of people. Most people are going to say, what 9-year-old's getting pregnant? Like we've got an epidemic of 9-year-old pregnancies happening. Where is this? Sadie, it's not your business, but it's definitely Vin's business. Unlike slavery, I doubt you'll ever get consensus on this issue. Tasco, as I said, we didn't have consensus on slavery. It's called the Civil War, Tasco. There wasn't consensus on this issue until a couple generations later when we looked back in horror and said, holy shit. So this idea of consent, again, the consensus thing, Tasco, is you just speaking from your privilege. You're not from a group of people whose lives were held in the hands of a couple people who denied your humanity. So you don't understand what that's like. So I understand where you're coming from, but you're just wrong. There was no consensus. Why do we have a civil war? It's the worst war in U.S. history. 600,000 dead. You think we had a civil war because there was consensus that they should free Negroes? Y'all are killing me. Well, River, I agree with you, except you need to ask these questions when discussing laws. You want abortion illegal? We need to consider it, what if any ramifications they may be. The great thing, River, is that for the vast majority of our history as Americans, abortion was illegal. So we have a lot of things that we can look at and compare. So this is the other thing, is that, River, you were born and raised in a Sitzenleben where abortion was the norm and normalized, but it's only been around for 50 years, and America has been a nation since 1776. So we've got a lot of data that we can look at to see what the world would look like in a post Roe America. And look, it's easy to say it's none of my business, right? And again, in the antebellum period, that's what folks were saying. They were saying, listen, I don't own any Negroes, but what business is it of mine to tell another man what to do with his property? So I'm glad, Dirk, I love you, but I'm glad you, Sadie, Tasco, I'm glad you guys weren't around during the antebellum period. Because you guys would have been like, well, we need to wait till there's consensus. It's none of my business. And I'd have been screwed. I love you guys, but I'd have been screwed if you guys were back then. Yeah. Okay, Tasco, great. Okay, so let's put you in Germany in the 30s and 40s, and then let me say, yeah, I know we're systemically killing these Jews, but the Jews are a minority in Germany, and the vast majority of Germans blame Jews for the situation that they were currently in. So we need to wait till there's consensus before we stop killing Jews. Would you support that, Tasco? Would you wait for there to be consensus before people stop massacring Jews in Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen and all these other places? I really need to answer that question. It's a serious question, because you're my brother and I love you. I want to know, you're a Jewish person. Would you accept me saying, hey, you guys in the minority, we need to wait till there's consensus to stop liquidating these Jews? Or would you say, man, whether or not the majority wants it, we're going to impose our non-killing Jew idea on Germany? I really need you to answer that, bro. Really need you to answer that. There's Amy. Vin would be happiest if Gilead was real. Blessed be the fruit. This is Amy is probably one of the most intelligent people I've ever met in my life, and this is an issue. I love her to death, but she continuously ignores the fact that there are pro-life atheists, pro-life feminists, pro-life anarchists. She knows that there are, but she's going to continue with this ridiculous stereotype. She's going to ignore all the female feminists, atheists, pro-lifers. Nope, it's just religious people who want to enforce Christian Sharia. Okay, I hope you guys continue to use that rhetoric, because it's almost going to guarantee an abortion ban. And Amy's, look, in the real world, Amy's a person that I love very deeply. But, this is just one of those topics, man. I hope you guys continue to use that rhetoric. I really do, because that's going to guarantee that we're able to ban abortion, because it's just not true. It's just not true. I do not think Roe v. Wade will impact the midterms in any way, shape, or form. I believe the Supreme Court purposely leaked this so that all of the firepower could get, drained out at the beginning, and then they did it here. I think the economy being where it is, inflation being where it is, I think, look, people are mostly selfish, and I do not think there's going to be enough of the anger to last to the midterms. I think it's going to get very bloody. bloody in the sense for the Democrats. And I don't think all the angst about this stuff is going to carry, because people are more concerned about putting food on the table, literal food on the table, and gas in their car. And this is a culture war issue for most people. And I do not think that this is going to be some giant backlash at all. And the current voting pattern, I mean, Dr. Oz won, for God's sake. I mean, I just don't think that this is going to have the effect that a lot of people think it will. Okay, Jeff. Okay, my data is wrong. Samuel Alito's data was wrong. Everybody's data was wrong. Jeff, all you have to do is get us the documentation for what you're saying. Get us the documentation for what you're saying. James Carville was right. It's the economy, stupid. Correct. Most Americans look at abortion as a culture war issue. They do not look at it as something that's directly going to affect their lives. What I'm talking about is the folks who actually go out and vote. Steven Sinala says, yo, all my boys are progressive and atheist or agnostic, and everyone is against abortion, but incapable of admitting it, including me. I'm still conflicted. Exactly. So continue to say, oh, this is Gilead, Handmaid's Tale, blah, blah, blah. Go for it. I don't believe that Christians have the corner market on saying, whoa. We should not be committing violent acts against babies. I don't believe that that atheists are like some different species of human being that doesn't have empathy or feeling. I don't believe that. I believe that most of my atheist friends are very, very compassionate people who are always going to be conflicted by this topic, because one, they have to deal with the cognitive dissonance of the brainwashing that has happened, on top of the fact that internally their own moral system militates against committing violent acts against defenseless people, particularly small defenseless people. I don't think that is something that only Christians can say we care about. What about the blood that's being threatened against people that share the views on abortion that myself and yourself hold on this topic? Well, yeah, I mean, as I've said, I've had my life threatened numerous times. I've been assaulted, blah, 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 right in front of the police, by the way. And I don't care. I'm a grown man. I went there. I knew what the ramifications were. I knew what the cost was for doing what I did. And I'm not a victim. It is what it is. People threaten to kill you, whatever. I was willing to give my life over there. And so I don't care about the stuff that happens to us. We're grown men and women who made our own decisions. The babies didn't make any decisions. So for me, I don't care about the threats, and I don't care about people spitting on you and abusing you and all that other kind of, I don't care, because I'm a grown man. I made a decision. The child, though, was not able to make a decision. So I'm able to speak up for myself. When my friend got hauled off to court for, illegitimate reasons, he was able to defend himself, and we had pretty high-powered lawyers that took care of business. There are people that, we're able to do what we need to do. There's nobody advocating for those babies except for us. So to me, I always want to center the victims. I'm not a victim in the situation. People threatening you, I'm not a victim. So that's how I feel about it. I feel like, look, if you're in the pro-life movement, you know that your culture is hostile, and it is what it is. And, we should suck it up and keep going. That's my opinion. And no, I don't believe getting yourself a gun and all the rest of it to defend yourself against pro-choicers is consistent with a pro-life ethic. You're not going to see me, inshallah, on the news for killing someone. I'd much rather be the one to be killed. So I don't care. I don't get into the whataboutism. Most women choose abortion because it's what's best for them on an economic and self-determination reasons. I agree. That's what most abortions are about. And I've always appreciated Sadie's very clear-eyed view on what's happening. The problem, Sadie, is that if the pro-choicers talked like you on national TV, Roe V Wade would have been done 10 years ago. I'm gonna see if Tasco answered my Holocaust question, because this thing is, I'm Jewish. My grandparents were in concentration camps. Yes, I think it's worth going to war over. What I hear from you is that you are advocating for pro-lifers to go to literal war over abortion. No, Tasco, no. And you didn't answer my question, Tasco. What I asked you was, since you told us that your grandparents were in these camps, horrible. What I asked you was, there was not consensus among the German people about caring for the lives of Jewish people. Their solution was to kill them. That's a final solution. So your argument to me was, we should wait till we get consensus to stop killing babies in abortion. And I asked you, should we have waited for consensus among the German people to stop liquidating Jews? Tasco, please answer that question. Please. It's a yes or no question. Should everybody have waited for consensus for Germans to stop killing Jews, or should we impose we shouldn't kill Jews onto German people? Please answer the question. And no, I'm not advocating to go to literal war. And Tasco, you must be emotional right now, because you know above everybody I've been advocating for pacifism, even in defense of other people, as far as non-lethality. So I know that you know that me advocating for literal war, I know that you know that that's not what I'm saying. You're really emotional right now, and that's fine, but let's just dialogue honestly, huh? Okay, no, we shouldn't have waited, but it's a false equivalency. Okay, so thank you. We shouldn't have waited. There are times to impose our morality on other people. I appreciate it. You're saying it's a false equivalency because you want to deny the humanity of the targets of abortion. So the folks that you care about are worth saving. The folks that you don't care about, not so much. Okay. Thank you for being honest, though. Then that Red Bull is slowly destroying your heart. I know from experience. Coffee is better. Get an espresso machine. You know what? I'm not against you. I'm not against you. I go through, like right now, there's this miracle drink called chaga, which I'm drinking. I've been sick for the last couple days. And chaga really does really good stuff. I like it. Sanctity of life, same thing with bacteria. Where's your line, Vin? All life? No. I'm look, whether you're a secular humanist or a Christian, I place priority of life onto human beings. The issue is I am against killing human beings. It would be similar to saying, oh, you're against slavery, so then do you not believe that we should have oxen? As a matter of fact, when we say chattel slavery, what does chattel slavery mean? Chattel slavery means that you're treating a human being like a beast of burden. So even in phrases like that, we make dichotomies between human beings and animals, whatever your worldview is. So I'm sure if Donald Trump came on TV and said a black baby is the equivalent to the bacteria that you find at the bottom of your shoe, everybody would rightly say that he's racist and that he's dehumanizing people. The very fact that we have a term like dehumanizing indicates that we view something as unique and special about human life over and against bacteria or chickens or whatever. In Judaism, life begins at first breath. That's not untrue. First of all, Sadie, you should know above everybody else that you can never say in Judaism about anything. What kind of Jews? Reformed Jews and Hasidic Jews? Are Hasidic Jews, do they practice their Judaism the same way as Reformed Jews do? Unbelievable. The Bible, the Hebrew Bible, tells us that life begins at conception. The Hebrew Bible tells us that God weaves a child together in its mother's womb. And we are told also in the New Testament that the child has personality, all that stuff in utero. But aside from all that nonsense, a person's religious desires does not trump science. And in science, life begins at conception. So that's how I'd answer that question. What's up, J Vel? Shout out to all you beautiful people. Don't apologize, AT. You good, you good. Was the U.S. Civil War a bad thing? Yes, I believe the U.S. Civil War is a bad thing because I'm pro-life. I wish that the folks in the South would have just recognized the humanity of Negroes like they did across the pond with William Wilberforce and those boys. I wish they would have just said, you know what? Black people are Negroes. Let's stop. Black people are human beings. Let's stop playing these games and treating them like oxen. Let's let them go free. I wish we would have done that instead of having to kill 600,000 Americans. So, yeah, I do believe the Civil War is a bad thing. Religious freedom is protected under the First, insofar as it doesn't violate any other tenets of the Constitution, Sadie. And the 14th Amendment says that you will not be denied life and liberty. And obviously, abortion is indisputably the taking of a human life. And again, Sadie, would you it's currently illegal to practice female genital mutilation in America. Should we, if somebody comes up from some horrible, Kenya or Mozambique where they practice that should they be allowed to do that for their religious, because of their religion? I just think that's a bad argument. Vin, what do you think of advocating things like universal health care, better welfare programs, and other social things that make abortion less likely versus banning it? I believe that we need to do those things, and we also need to ban abortion. We need to ban abortion first, and then we need to make sure that we can take care of people. As I said at the beginning of this video, there were many moderates. In the antebellum period that says, yep, slavery is an ugly thing. It's terrible. But there are massive economic consequences. Do you know one of the arguments was, well, where are we going to put all these Negroes? Are you going to adopt all these Negroes into your home? You're going to have all these roving Negroes everywhere. And that's exactly what happened, by the way. It was a solid argument. That's exactly what happened. And that's when our police force was basically invented. So all these issues, these exact same issues, were all brought up by moderates during the slave trade. There's a group in Texas that's pushing for secession. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that at all, man. I'm not a fan of that at all. And then here is the Judaism, abortion is a right of Judaism. Okay, here's the Talmud. There are no days in which a person experiences more bliss than during the days in the mother's womb. Okay, that's the Talmud. And there's the reference for the Talmud. So anybody that's saying, oh, Judaism, we kill our babies. That's not true. It's untrue. There's no universal consensus in Judaism about killing their children. I agree, Sketch, and I'm a progressive. I got a bit of the Che bullshit in me still. I got a lot of the Che bullshit in me because I think capitalism has murdered just as many people, if not more, than abortion has. As a matter of fact, capitalism is one of the main drivers of abortion in America. So this whole thing about Marxism and all the rest of it, I understand the logical template where that's coming from, but we got to think through stuff now, guys. We've got an entire generation of women that have been told over and over again that a child is going to destroy their life. It's going to destroy their ability for upward mobility. It's going to destroy their ability to have a career, education, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And instead of society adjusting itself around women in those exigencies, we're telling women, kill your own children. That's what's happening. And that is from a capitalist presupposition. So I still got a lot of that Marx and Che in me, and I'll probably never have the Marx and Che leave until I start to see some real economic justice in this country. Ban abortion first and hope that the politicians will provide social support for new mothers. Yeah, right. Good luck. Well, Tasco, we've already read Marco Rubio's plan on this. And again, Tasco, you're speaking from a position of privilege. If you were a child in the womb at 7 months in New York City, you would want somebody to ban abortion because in 24 hours, a doctor's going to go in there and disassemble you alive. Tasco, you're telling me we need to fix a whole bunch of economic things and get consensus before we stop doing that to that 7-month-old? And you really you think you're taking some moderate moral high ground by saying that, Tasco? Because Tasco, you know more than everybody in this room that shit is happening in this country. Yeah, easy for you to say, Tasco. It's not going to happen to you. Just admit it, bro. You know that they're human, but they're not really human like you're human. Not really human like you. Unbelievable. The Judaism is a lame excuse. It only condones it in the case of the mother's health. Correct. Which I don't think anybody is against taking care of the woman's health. My pro-life feminist atheists aren't. Vin, if I was a child in the womb and had the knowledge I have now, I'd be telling them, pull the plug. I don't want any part of this world. Ben, I'm glad they didn't do that to you, though, bro. Because the world does suck. But it is a little better because you're here. And that is the fucking truth. It is better because you're here. So I'm glad your mother didn't kill you. And I'm glad, no matter how rough it's been, you're still here. Okay, here it is. Here it is. It happens all the time. This is one of the reasons I know that abortion is doomed in America. Elko says 7 months? That's a lie. Unless a woman is in danger. This is not standard practice. You're wrong. In Virginia, you can kill the child up to the 9th month. There are 6 states in the union that allow for that. Dr. Hearn, if you go to drhearn.com, he'll tell you he'll abort your child in the 3rd trimester for committing such sins as having Down syndrome. You have no idea what you're talking about. The Guttmacher Institute explicitly states that women get late-term abortions for the same reasons they get first-term abortions. You guys are not familiar with the literature on this topic. You only can spout Planned Parenthood talking points. And that's why this practice is coming to an end in this country, because it's completely built on lies. It is a lie that we only kill children at 7 months because of the mother's health. That's completely untrue. Even the Guttmacher Institute says that. It's just not true. Critical Mind says, I'm against abortion, but I would only allow it in certain cases like abortion in case of rape. Do you think that is wrong thinking? Critical Minds, I'm presuming you're against abortion because it's the taking of an innocent human life. So the question when it comes to sexual assault is, do we want to pass legislation that states that we can penalize and punish a child for the crimes of their parents? Because as I've been saying, law doesn't work you don't get to just take a law and have it apply only to that thing. Law works on precedent. So if you have that as a principial precedent, somebody could come along and say, we can just expand this principle of punishing children for the crimes of their parents into other situations. What I'm saying is that to me is a denial of the 14th Amendment. I am against the death penalty for theological and social reasons, But if anybody should die, I believe it should be the man committing the rape. I don't believe that it should be the child who had nothing to do with the rape who gets the death penalty. And then, as I said, the woman gets condemned to life in prison psychologically because of the trauma of a sexual assault. So, no, I think that that's wrong thinking. If it's wrong to kill a child because you're taking an innocent human life, then the scumbagginess of their dad should not factor into that. Outlaw says, big money in baby organs they harvest for the jabs. It wouldn't surprise me, but you guys know how I get down. I can't really quote or talk about something unless I have an actual, something to actually read and prove and say, this is actually what happened. I need an explanation for the capitalist presupposition of abortion. Sure, potato salad. The vast majority of abortions are done due to concerns about economic mobility relative to, I already have too many kids. This kid's going to screw up my college education. This kid's going to screw up my ability to move up in my company. And at the root of all of that is capitalism, right? It's an economic concern that gets placed before the value of a human life. And so you have places like Amazon that has gotten to the point where you have their employees going to the bathroom on the floor because they can't leave because, they got to make the money and all the rest. I mean, we've seen all the horrors, and really what it comes down to is putting generation of capital over the sanctity of human life or the respect and dignity of human life. And so the vast majority of women in our culture have been brainwashed in a bunch of different ways that having a child is automatically going to destroy them economically. And so because of that, that's why a lot of these girls have been terrorized into having abortions in the first place. 6 out of 50 state isn't all the time, and that could easily be solved with a federal statute banning it after the second trimester. Why would you ban it, Jeff? It's the woman's body. So why would you ban abortion at 8 or 9 months anyway? It's a woman's body. A child doesn't have where does a child get uber rights to the woman's body just because it's 8 months old? It's the same argument. Is it not the woman's body if the child is 8 months in the womb? And what do you mean it doesn't happen all the time? We have killed 61 million children in abortion, and 1% of those are extremely late-term abortions. So let's do some math. What is 1% of 61 million, Jeff? Do you know? Let's see. 1% of 61 million. Let's see. 1% of 61 million. I wish I had my daughter here. She's so much better at this stuff than me. Okay, guys. So 61 million. That's 610,000. That's 610,000 babies that we butchered in the 8th and 9th month, Jeff. That may not be a lot to you, but that's a lot to me. And I didn't even mention the second most popular form of abortion, which is equally as horrific and barbaric. Will women be legally penalized for getting an abortion? I think the Louisiana statute, Tasco, is. I actually knew the group that was working with the Louisiana statute, and I broke from this group. For a multitude of reasons, but one of the reasons I broke from the group was that they had a very, in my opinion, vengeful, misogynistic attitude toward the women. If you are if you do the work, as we call it, one of the things I would tell people before we go out is you have to make sure to guard your heart against resentment and hate, because it's extremely difficult to see that without getting angry. And in my view, that group in my view, lost their way, and they started advocating for giving the death penalty to these women. And my argument against penalizing the woman in any way, shape, or form is the fact that, as I've said, 53% of sex traffic victims were forced to get abortions. So we're going to penalize that girl while the pimp and the doctor go free. I think that that's bullshit and completely unjust. On top of that, we have women in horrible exigent situations where the boyfriend is forcing them into the clinic, or the 16-year-old girl when the student counselor tells her, marches her into the clinic, has her kill her child, and then left her by herself and the 16-year-old by himself to deal with the ramifications of what they were doing. That's a true story. So my argument was always, we don't need to penalize the woman in any way. All we have to do is penalize the doctor, suspend his practice, put him in prison, and fine him. Well, Louisiana, they got the bill all the way up to the House portion, and then I was still in the forum as all this was going on. They were shooting videos, we were talking back and forth, and there was a discussion on whether to keep the death penalty angle for the woman in the bill, and it got shot down. And you should have seen those people. It was like a funeral. And I said, you guys are out of your fucking minds. You're upset that you can't kill these women? We're pro-life. What the fuck? Anyway, long story short, Louisiana to me is the template. $10,000 fine for the doctor. You suspend your practice. You go to jail for a year or two. And all these abortionists, especially the doctors that are doing the killing, all they care about is the money. So the minute that there's going to be a financial disincentive for it, all those good-natured doctors who are out there trying to help women are going to stop it immediately. It'll dry up immediately. That's the way forward. We don't need to. I don't believe it. I look at this the same way I look at sex work. The Nordic model. The Nordic model says that the woman who is doing the sex work has not committed any crime whatsoever, but the pimp who's exploiting her and the John who's exploiting her should be prosecuted, and then the woman gets rehab. I look at it the exact same way. The woman in the abortion situation, I do not believe should be penalized. I believe that the doctor should, and any man or any entity that's actively forcing her to go there should be penalized. I don't know how you would legislate that into law, but that's my position on it. I don't think we need to penalize women. And to me, bringing up penalizing women is just an act of vengeance, because we all know that if you penalize a doctor, this shit is going to go away, at least on the macro level. So to me, it's just the frustration of being in the work, seeing a woman who is showing, and then knowing that she's about to kill that child is very hard on the soul. But this is where I'd tell the guys, like, we got to apply our Christianity now. We never see Jesus having this kind of resentment against women. So me, from a biblical perspective, the person or group with the most power is always held the most accountable. And women in this culture do not have the most power in this culture. Okay? The doctor, he's usually a cis white male, is at the pinnacle of this culture. And so they should bear the brunt of the responsibility, not women who, especially if they're black women, have the least amount of power in this country. So that's my perspective on that. Yeah, Sadie, get us the documentation. Going after doctors will just up the number of unsafe back alley abortions. Get us the documentation. Get us the documentation, Sadie, that we had all these back alley abortions in 1972 and previous to that. Where's the data? As I said to you guys, Planned Parenthood got 4 Pinocchios for lying about this idea that there were 5,000 abortions, botched abortions a year prior to Roe v Wade. Even the Washington Post said that was a lie. So get us this data. Any of you that says we're going to have this giant rash of back alley abortions. Let women carry concealed guns. See how fast rape cases go down. I don't think that more guns are the solution to rape in this country. I think the concept of rape culture is very, very real. I think the Me Too stuff, I felt like culturally we had a moment where we missed a really good opportunity because the Me Too stuff just got taken out of this wild context, and I think we have a severe sexualization of women problem that's baked into this culture, and to me is at the root of sexual assaults. I don't think just giving every woman a gun is going to solve the problem. And then again, here's Sadie. This is one of the reasons these people keep losing. The mansplaining of women's lack of power while wanting to take away a woman's control over their bodies is priceless. Okay, she's ignoring that this action, committing an abortion, destroys the body of a child without their consent. And this is why I said in the previous video, as long as you guys keep ignoring the fact that there's a giant bloody elephant in the room, you guys are going to get massacred when it comes to a public discussion. And that's the reason why people say, oh, 70% of America is pro-choice. Okay, well, if 70% of America is pro-choice, then why is everybody nervous about striking down Roe v. Wade? Because since a overwhelming majority of us support killing children, then when it goes to the states, there shouldn't be a problem. We're all going to vote to continue that. Right? This is the reason, I've said before, I have never seen a pro-choicer ever win a debate on abortion when they've had to go head to head. I've never seen it happen. Abortion is impossible to defend, and they have to keep falling back on these arguments that you created in 1973. This is what I said before in the previous video. Clump of cells, bodily autonomy, all these are terrible arguments that have already been completely and totally decimated by logic in the United States law, and you've got to come up with something better than that. But obviously, from my view, I'm glad that Sadie continues to ignore the ramifications of killing another child against their consent. I'm glad. Good. So that, most Americans are gonna be like, holy shit. So go for it, Sadie. Keep going. Unbelievable. I don't ignore anything. Yeah, you did ignore it. You said that we're stopping a woman from doing what she wants with her own body, and you're not recognizing the fact that you're disassembling another person's body, half of which are females. Sadie? So deal with that. Deal with that. If you believe in bodily autonomy, explain to us all why the baby in the womb doesn't deserve bodily autonomy. And how far does bodily autonomy go for you, Sadie? To the 9th month? You're pretty explicit about your position. Are you good with killing children at the 9-month mark, Sadie? Because it's the woman's body. Do you have a link of your compiled data we could access? I have a sheet. that I pull up when discussing abortion that has a bunch of links and things of that nature on it. I don't know how to. You know what? Send me an email, vincesoy@gmail.com, and I will send you my abortion cheat sheet, because it's got everything on it. Everything that I talk about is in that sheet, because everybody knows that I don't talk unless I have data. There it is. It's not sentient. There it is. See this? There it is. It's not sentient. It's not sentient or able to survive outside the womb without extreme medical intervention. So because it's not yet sentient. Well, wait a second. A 9-month-old is absolutely sentient. So I'm asking you explicitly, since you believe in this doctrine of bodily autonomy when it comes to abortion, Sadie, at 9 months when the child is in the womb, Does the woman have the right to kill that child still? Is that still her body when the child is 9 months old? Then wouldn't people be worried about Roe because of voter suppression giving red voters an advantage? Shout out to Francesca M. Right, Dirk. Shout out to Francesca Minerva. Then why doesn't the media tell people about the side effects of abortion treatment? Well, it's because the media is being financed by Planned Parenthood. Make no mistake, Planned Parenthood and other abortion providers, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And so I'm sure you know by now the media's job is not to tell us what's happening, it's to convince us of what's happening. That's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Good question though. So we're waiting to see how far Sadie takes her bodily autonomy argument relative to abortion. I asked her, does the woman still have the autonomy to kill a child when it's 9 months old? So I'm waiting for her to respond to that question. Then you skipped my question. Generally, hold on, Ian. Let me Ian Kirby. Wouldn't people be worried about Roe because of voter suppression giving red voters an advantage? Yes and no. I think that if I was on their team, I would say this is the easiest way to get people to vote, get people to register. Because vote, you got to understand, when you're talking about voter suppression, Ian, we're not talking about if you're black you can't vote. It's basic stuff like get an ID, get a driver's license, yada yada yada. So again, that's sort of like the media is framing terms a certain way as if nobody who's on the blue side or African American can vote in these states. No, voter suppression is just about getting people out there, do the work, get yourself a license, make. We're gonna need your vote, yada yada yada. So if I was on that team, Ian, I wouldn't worry too much about that. Okay, most abortions at 9 months are unviable, so nope, I don't have an issue. Well, Sadie, that's a lie. And I'm going to ask you to back up that argument. This is the first time, Sadie, I've seen you waffle on one of these questions. Sadie, get us the empirical data that says the vast majority of abortions that happen at 8 or 9 months are because the child is unviable. Unbelievable. This is the first time I've ever seen you actually do that. This is the first time I've actually seen you flinch. It's untrue that they're not viable. A child with Down syndromes is a completely viable child, Sadie. And see, this is the thing that gets me about these people. Sadie has already seen from drhearn.com that he will kill your child for the sin of having Down syndrome. She knows that because I've put it on here a million times. But now when she's actually cornered to answer the question, now she starts flinching and waffling. Go for the gold, Sadie. It is, you know, and I know it is a lie to say that the vast majority of abortions at 9 months are because the child is unviable. That would mean that the child died. And that would be, you extract it, etc. I will post once the stream is posted. Okay, this is Sadie's technique. She'll throw something out there that's afactual, untrue, and then she'll put it in a comment section, some random thing that doesn't support her position. That's how you know Sadie doesn't know. She has no facts whatsoever. So I'll ask the question again, because if I was in a debate, there's obviously easy ways to deal with that. Sadie, in situations where the child is viable, do you support a woman's right to bodily autonomy to kill that 9-month-old child? Yes or no? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sadie, answer the question. Do you support 9-month abortions of viable children, yes or no? Is it still the woman's body, yes or no? Unbelievable. While Sadie's trying to construct some... Okay, there it is. Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Sadie. It was a little bumpy. But Sadie believes you should be able to kill a child at 9 months, a viable child at 9 months, because it's the woman's body. Now, a lot of you guys are going to say that's sociopathic, that's psychotic, that's horrible. I'm not even going to describe or put in pictures what that procedure looks like. You can imagine it yourself, but that is the face. That is the face. There it is. And that's why y'all are going to lose. Because you're trapped. You're trapped. Look, see, they're trapped in this logical pretzel. When you say you should be able to kill a 6-week-old due to bodily autonomy, there's no way that you can logically say that you can't do it to a 6-month-old or a 9-month-old. This is the face of the movement. This is why, by the way, a lot of the pro-abortion capitalists are scared to death of this going to the states, because now when you have debates, you're going to see commercials and snapshots of Kathy Tran talking about killing babies while the mother's dilating, and then stuff like this where they say, that's right, kill a viable 9-month-old. And most people are terrified, horrified at that idea. Most people are horrified at that. If you've destroyed your conscience to the point where you can say something like that in a public forum, cool. But I love Sadie for her honesty. And there's a whole bunch of people looking right now going, holy shit, what just happened? Yeah. There it is. Unbelievable. Matt, you're not the one to call someone on smugness. I wasn't even going to say anything about it, Ben. Just let it go. Let it go. Funny how people are like Francesca Minerva is aborting toddlers. See, Kai knows about Francesca Minerva. While she's speculating ethics, I work on applied philosophy specializing in medical ethics, bioethics, and discrimination. That's Francesca Minerva who said we should be able to abort children even after they're born, subhanAllah. Okay, Lonnie, post us the Daily Beast article, please, and post us the link so that we can look at it together. And Lonnie, I never said that back alley abortions never happen. What I've said is that it's vastly exaggerated and nowhere equivalent to what we're doing. We're doing 3,000 abortions a day. You're talking about 200 deaths a year from grown women who made decisions. We're talking about 3,000 a day for small babies who have no choice. Does it have to be logic all the way across the board? Can't you take it case by case? No, because if you take it case by case, when you're talking about human lives, then it gets really, really bad. You have to apply logic because logic is the basis of law and the Constitution. If we say something is unconstitutional, that is based on a logical construction and deduction. So to say that, okay, we're going to apply constitutionality and logic to equal rights for black people, well, let's take it a case-by-case basis. Maybe there's some black people we give rights to and other black people you don't give rights to. Obviously, very, very dangerous. Taking it case-by-case also takes too long. I agree. I agree. I agree. So, I mean, look. The people... that kind of bold standards will never be looked upon kindly. Why can't bad opinions be presented a smart way so we can have what we want? Well, Dirk, this is the logical ramification of the bodily autonomy argument. There's no way around it. Doesn't stop becoming the woman's body when you become uncomfortable with the abortion procedure. true, potato salad. Potato salad is right. We covered this in the first video. They lost Roe because of shaky constitutional grounds it was built on. At what point do the unalienable rights extend towards a child? I would say at the moment of conception, because that's what science says. So I think all we need to do is pass a law that says, according to science, a life begins at the moment of conception when the two gametes fuse together to form a separate organism. And as such, the 14th Amendment should apply to that being. That's what's next, and that's the only way to justly interpret the Constitution, in my view. Okay, Outlaw Torn. You're just wrong. The text does not say miscarriage. It says that her thigh will rot. You're quoting from the NIV, and I could show you in Numbers 5 where that is the only major translation that uses the term miscarry. No other translation uses that, and the reason is obvious. When you go into the Hebrew, the term is simply that her thigh will rot, and thigh was a euphemism for the reproductive organ. Later on in the text, it explicitly says, if the woman is innocent, she will be able to conceive. It does not say, if she is innocent, her child will live. The curse in Deuteronomy 5 is not an abortion. The curse in Deuteronomy 5 is, Numbers 5 is infertility. That is a fact. So these are just very, 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 very bad arguments that these folks use. Okay, well then if you know what it says, then are you arguing dishonestly? Life and personhood are not the same thing. I agree with you, Facebook user. And so do here. Let me show you, because there's a couple new people that showed up since we started this video. Here, let me show you the last time in America people used the human person distinction in order to justify a horrible human rights violation. Here it is right here. So he's saying life, being a human, is not enough to guarantee your rights because you have to be a person. Okay, here you go. Here are the Federalist Papers. And since we're talking about people are human beings, they're alive, but they're not really a person, which I'm sure the implication is, so we should still be able to kill them. There's the link right there, Founders Archives. All this is admitted, it will perhaps be said. But does it follow from an admission of numbers for the measure of representation or of slaves combined with free citizen as a ratio of taxation that slaves ought to be included in the numerical rule of property and to be excluded from representation, which is regulated by a census of persons? Please note that one of the arguments that our slave-owning ancestors used to justify the practice of chattel slavery, that is, treating human beings as if they were animals, was the fact that Negroes were not persons. That was the argument. Here, let me give you another proof. These are the Federalist Papers. I'll put the link in the description. You can check it out yourself, dear listener. You know how I get down. Here we go. See, I have a cheat sheet for all the arguments. Here we go. He argued that old and young slaves were a burden to their owners. James Wilson from Pennsylvania, the largest northern state, sharply responded that in the South, slaves were taxed just as free people. This led Thomas Lynch of South Carolina to utter the first threat of secession from that state, blustering that if Congress debated whether their slaves are their property, then there would be an end to the Confederation. He argued, our slaves being our property, why should they be taxed more than the land, sheep, cattle, horses, etc.? They were not persons. They were property. Yes, they were alive. Yes, they were human, but they were not persons. That's how you justify human rights atrocities. In Germany, they call Jews Untermenschen. Why? Subhuman. You have to do that. So here we go. Somebody's saying, oh, well, yes, they're human beings. We know that at the moment of conception, but they're not a person. A person is not a scientific category, dear listener. A person is a philosophical category that has no objective definition. Francesca Minerva believes that you're not a person even after you're born. Mr. Lynch believes that if you're black, you're not a person, and etc., etc., etc. So no, the personhood argument is a terrible argument, and it's not very helpful. And it was used before by racist white people, who, by the way, are still behind the abortion movement. Because as I said to my very non-racist white neoliberal friend, I said in 2015 and 16, more black babies were aborted than born. His response was, well, there's black people still around. So the depersonalization, dehumanization, and the cheapening of black life is reflected in abortion more than anything else. Right? I think so. I think so. Minerva's ethics research and speculation on what are the X is the same as wanting to abort toddlers. No, I don't think it's the same as wanting to abort toddlers, although Miss Minerva makes it so that you can abort a newborn. And I mean, how far do you want to push the line? Do you think there's a real difference, Kai, between killing a newborn and killing a toddler? I mean, is that really where we're going? Weird. Some of the stuff I don't understand. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is probably Franz. It just shows up as Facebook user on my program. I'm assuming this is Franz. In the red states, said blacks. I love it. I love white neoliberals. Said blacks will now have more poverty, crime. Look at this. Look at this. Again. Think about what's being said. I'm so happy I'm going to screenshot this. Holy smokes, white people. Sometimes y'all kill me. In the red states, cell blacks will have now more poverty, crime, death, starvation, and mental health issues. But you're good with that. You know what he's saying? If we don't kill black babies, they're going to be in the society. And you know what happens when black babies are around? You know what happens when you increase the population of black people? You're going to have more poverty, crime, death, and starvation. So we need to keep the black population low. Do you know, statistically speaking, which demographic has had the most abortions in America? That's right, black people. Has that helped in our mental health and our progress as people? See, this is the inherent racism found in this movement. I'm not saying all of them are, but sometimes the mask comes off. When black people stop having abortions, it's going to increase poverty. How come that's not going to happen with white people? We need less black babies around. We need less black babies around is what the guy's saying. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Tasco goes, oh God, that's a terrible thing to say. Tasco, that person is telling the truth. Unbelievable. I can't believe. You know what? I love it, man, when the mask comes off. Here we go. Said blacks will now have more poverty, crime, death, starvation, and mental health issues if we let those little black babies be born. We need to continue what's happening in New York when more black babies are aborted than born. Holy smokes. Oh, I had to screenshot that one, y'all. I had to screenshot that one. I'm going to have a roll of this stuff. Unbelievable. Thank you. That must have been Franz. That must have been Franz. Holy shit. Yeah, justice Sanger wanted. I agree. Amy, thank you for posting about the WHO. Amy, please post statistics in the United States. Because the United States is a first world country, right? So go ahead, Amy, and post in the United States what happens in states where abortion is illegal, or all of the botched back alley abortions that happened in 1972 and previous. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And now you're gonna say I'm twisting. I didn't twist your words, bro. I posted your words for all to see. Even Tasco was like, "Holy shit! I can't believe you said that." You could say I twisted your words all you want. You could say it, but you put it out there, and it's there for all eternity now. I screenshotted it. Holy smokes! Shout out to Franz. Yikes. I don't think you can compare unsafe abortion stats between US and Uganda. I know that, Ian, and so does Amy, and that's why she did that. Amy, if I need anything researched, Amy's the first person I go to. So she knows what the numbers in America are, so she has to go to the WHO. As if the medical situation, to your point, in Uganda and Colombia is equivalent to that of the United States of America. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That Facebook user, is that Joe Biden? Well, I'm sure he would have voted for Joe Biden. I don't know if he's as bad as Joe Biden. But a lot of white neoliberals don't even understand how racist they are. They think it's Trump. So I had a friend tell me, I mean, yeah, more black babies are aborted than born, but you guys are still around, so what's the problem? Unbelievable. Jay Rillo, okay, 10 minutes, guys. I got to get out of here. 10 minutes. Jay Rillo had a good question and point. Let me find Rillo. Do you have a link to your compiled data? Okay, yeah, Jay, send me an email, vincesurgerymail.com. I'll send you my cheat sheet. How could abortion be legal in the first place? I'm a drunk driver and end the life of a pregnant mother. I could be charged with 2 counts of murder. How did the logic pan out? I agree. And as we've demonstrated, even in this discussion, the abortion issue was not based on solid legal precedent or solid science or solid logic. In California, I don't know if you guys knew this was the law. At least it was 10 years ago. In California, if you killed a pregnant woman's baby, you would get charged with murder. So yeah, but if the woman decides to kill the child, then it's not murder. Like this is the logical template, and this is why this practice is going to end. Amy says, and Amy's very brilliant, so I don't suggest that you engage in a debate with her unless you're sharp. Now I've been drinking my chaga, and I also have a nootropic regimen. So I feed my brain enough to deal with the brilliance of Amy, and I'm not joking. I can't show any first world country stats because only developing countries are suffering from the dumb ideas you want to inject in the United States. Well, Amy, you can though. All you have to do is show us about these abortions in 1972 in the United States. From 1776 to 1972, show us the cumulative deaths from back alley abortions in America prior to Roe V Wade. That's how you do it, right? But you know that there is no data that says anything near to what you're saying, so you have to go to the WHO and Uganda and pretend that that's equivalent to the most advanced country on the planet. And I love you. And you're going to be mad at me. We're not going to talk for a couple days. I'm still going to love you. But you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Holy smokes. Minerva is asking questions to find out where the lines go. What are ethics? Is it not good that people are challenged with these issues, or am I not understanding this? Well, you're saying that, Kai, because you're not the person whose life is being debated. If I were to say, I don't know, are European males between 35 and 55, are they really humans? I think we should be able to kill them. And we really started having a cultural discussions on whether or not people like you should live. You wouldn't be taking it as some discussion to challenge people's ideas. There are certain things, Kai, that are not up for fucking debate. And your life is one of them. We're not going to debate whether or not we get to kill white males, Europeans from 35 to 55. I'm not even going to countenance that debate. There's some situations that are off the table. And that's one of them. And you would want it off the table if people were seriously discussing whether or not to eliminate everybody that looked like you or your daughter. You wouldn't be so lackadaisical about it. But because it's not your specific demographic and all your people are protected from her challenges, you're okay with having that discussion. But again, I come from a group of people that have been systemically dehumanized, so I have a different perspective on it than you guys will. Unbelievable. Here we go. Here's Sadie. Are we going to talk about the fact that the childbirth mortality rate of black women is 3 times more likely than white men? Here's a great thing that happens. Do you know, dear listener, which demographic in America has the highest maternal mortality rate in America? That's right, black women. Okay. Do you know which demographic also has the highest abortion rate in America? That's right, black women. Sadie, killing black children is not the solution to saving black mothers. The roots of the maternal mortality of black women in America is not because they don't have access to abortion. It's because they live in a systemically racist culture. And instead of changing the systemically racist culture that is allied against black women, your solution and the solution of other people is to kill more black children. And if that was a solution, it would be a horrible solution, but at least it's a solution. But obviously, Sadie, your solution doesn't work because black women abort their children at a clip much higher than your people do. And yet we still have the highest maternal mortality rate. So sorry, killing black children is not the solution, obviously. But again, this country is still obviously racist. So when you see that black women are having these maternal mortality issues, instead of saying, what the fuck is going on with healthcare? The solution is, oh, we know how to solve this problem. Kill more black kids. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting solution. Unbelievable. Sadie, I don't care who you side with. I'm very happy that you're here because you are the example of the logical ramifications of what a pro-choice ethic actually looks like. You're out here advocating for the death of you're out here for butchering 9-month-old babies alive. You're out here talking about black women need to kill their children at even higher clip, even though they're doing it already. And instead of coming up with actual real solutions to get black women maternal care, your solution is them killing their own children. So I need you in this. I need you here because people need to understand what's really going on and what's really driving this stuff. Unbelievable. I agree, Kai. I agree. That's my point. I'm assuming that you wouldn't want people debating whether or not your daughters get to live or die. I'm assuming you wouldn't even want that on the table. So why are you okay with other people's kids having that on the table as a discussion? That's my problem. That's my issue, Kai. My issue is why would you not be okay with having a discussion about killing your daughters, but you're okay with having discussions about killing newborn infants? And you're calling that a challenge instead of a psychopathic, sociopathic act of genocide. That's what it is. I mean, Kai, what should we do? Oh, I mean, hey, just because Mein Kampf, I mean, shouldn't we be challenged about answering the Jewish question? It's the same thing. No, that's off the table. It's off the table. That's my position. 5 minutes, guys. I'm going to say one thing about Margaret Sanger. That's actually a myth. Margaret Sanger was not pro-abortion. As a matter of fact, Margaret Sanger, one of her arguments for birth control, we did a extended deep dive into Margaret Sanger because PolitiFact had, lied to cover for her again. But Sanger had gone to China, and the Chinese were practicing some really draconian, barbaric acts of abortion and infanticide. And her argument was, why would you do something so barbaric? Just have birth control and you won't be able to do that. So do I believe that Margaret Sanger would be proud and celebrate what Planned Parenthood is doing now? I can tell you genuinely, I'm not sure. Because again, to be historically accurate, Margaret Sanger was not an abortionist. She saw herself as the apostle of birth control. Now, she wanted to apply birth control in a eugenic fashion because she was talking about extirpating human weeds from our culture. Okay? But that wasn't just limited to black people. She hated everybody that was under her fitness level. And she talked about, this is a direct quote, the morbid fecundity of the unfit, namely that these unfit people with bad genes and stuff, man, they replicate at a ridiculous rate. She also had a problem with immigrants and things like that. She appealed to the intelligence tests and all the rest of it. So was she a racist? Yes. Was she eugenist? Yes. Was she not a fan of black people? No, she was not. And were there black leaders that were like, yo, this woman is not on our team? Yes, Marcus Garvey. But did she come out and support abortion? No. You cannot make that argument that Margaret Sanger supports abortion. And to this day, I am not sure that she would even support, you know, the stuff that Sadie was talking about, killing 9-month-old kids. I don't think Margaret Sanger would have supported that. She called what the Chinese were doing barbaric, and she looked at birth control as a way to stop stuff like that. So, yeah, I think Margaret Sanger was a horrible person, but it's weird. I'm not defending Margaret Sanger at all. I think she's a horrible person, but her racism and her eugenics were just the popular social science of the day. These guys were flirting around with social Darwinism. I mean, she was around before the Buck v. Bell decision happened, where our Supreme Court literally said we could sterilize the unfit. So you have to understand the zeitgeist that she came. Again, I'm not making excuses for her. You have to understand the zeitgeist she came up in. Okay, is my point. But historically speaking, I don't think you can argue that Margaret Sanger was pro abortion. I don't think you can make that argument. So there you go. Let me see Jeff here. Jeff is saying that abortion was legal up to 1910. Okay. Where's the link? I could definitely agree with you. Period. Hard to come back. I'm going to report it. Look at prohibition. She's okay to kill unborn babies in third world countries. Where are these links? I don't see any of these links, bro. You know what, Jeff? Just tell me the title of the article that you did, and then we'll post it and we'll all look at it together. Because I don't know, unless you're an admin, I don't even know if you can put links in the chat unless you're an admin. So Jeff, tell me the title of the document. I'll Google it and we'll all look at the document together. Why are people so mad? Didn't they just give the decision to the states? Yes, they're mad because they know that now that the decision is going to the states, now there's going to have to be a debate about it, and people are going to be focused on it. And Planned Parenthood knew that the only way that this can be acceptable on a societal level is to lie and misinform about what's actually happening with this practice. And that's why people come on here and they say things like it's not a fetus, it's a baby, yada, 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 yada. So now these people are actually going to have to defend their position. And if they say things like, oh, it's a woman's body, like Sadie, they're going to have to end up saying, yeah, I also support, killing 9-month-old babies alive, like Sadie just did a couple minutes ago. And they know that once the American people hear that, most people are not going to vote for that. So even though they say, oh, 70% of America is pro-choice, then what's the problem? Send it back to the states then. Since 70% of us are pro-choice, shouldn't be a problem. No, Kai, it doesn't make you pro or against anything. I didn't say that. What I said was, you're speaking from a position of privilege. If it was you or your family whose lives were being discussed, and people were advocating for killing your daughter, you wouldn't be comfortable with the discussion. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's hypocritical to say, oh, well, shouldn't we have this discussion about killing newborns? As if it's just an intellectual exercise. It's not. That's what I'm saying. Kel, I actually think it's 26 states that have trigger laws. relative to abortion. CNN, the surprising history of abortion in the United States. Allow a referendum in the states and it won't be a problem. The problem is that the decision is made in gerrymandered states. I don't think you can prove that. I'm sorry. I don't think you can prove that all 26 of the states are in gerrymandered. So is Louisiana a gerrymandered state? Louisiana is a gerrymandered state? Louisiana is run by Democrats right now, bro. That doesn't work. Louisiana has the most, in my opinion, stringent anti-abortion law there is. So I don't know what you mean, bro. Okay, so let's pull this up here. Steven Sinilla says Philly Steve outdoor 2024. Yes. Google U.S. history on abortion rights. Okay, so here, let me pull this up there. Shout out to Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We needed her. That's another irony of this whole abortion thing was Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Shout out to her. I really appreciated that. Let me see the specific part where my brother Jeff said that abortion was legal until 1910. Hold on. Where is that? Hold on, guys. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just reading Homeboy's article because I want to. He said abortion was legal till 1996. Abortion history United States. My Supreme Court. Since 1973. Limited procedure. It was always there. Reagan, professor of medicine, gender. How did we get here? With the help of Reagan, author. Abortion became a crime. In the 18th century until about 1880, abortion were allowed in common law and widely practiced. They were illegally only after quickening, the highly subjective term used to describe when a pregnant woman could feel the fetus moving. This is all part of Samuel Alito's majority opinion. Here we go. Abortions would then become criminalized by 1880, except when necessary to save a woman's life, not at the urging of social religious conservative, but under pressure from the medical establishment, the very organization that today speaks in support of abortion access. So here's Jeff. Let me put this line up here. The specific article. Babe, is that a reliable source about Dick's Sporting Goods planning to give up $4,000 to help women on their team get an abortion? I wouldn't. I'm sure that it's true. I mean, a lot of these places are doing that because, like I said, abortion is a capitalist dream because you don't want your workers sitting there and getting maternity leave and then you have to make accommodations in FMLA. I've been a hiring manager. I've hired hundreds, maybe thousands of people, and I know the discussions that happen when a woman is pregnant. You got to give her accommodation. She gets FMLA, blah, 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 blah. It really kills your bottom line. So I can see why a company would say, hell yeah, we'll pay for your abortion for obvious reasons. Okay. The View from centuries ago. This is Jeff's post. In the 18th century until about 1880, abortions were allowed under common law and widely practiced. They were illegal only after quickening, the highly subjective term used to describe when pregnant women could feel the fetus moving, Reagan said. This is what Reagan says. There is no documentation to validate what she's saying, but let's just go with it. Prior to doctors being able to have the instruments to measure a child, and Samuel Alito talked about this in the majority opinion. I don't know if any of you actually read the majority opinion, but this was discussed. But we continue. They were illegal only after quickening, the highly subjective term used to describe when pregnant women could feel the fetus moving. At conception in the earliest stage of pregnancy before quickening, no one believed that a human life existed. Not even the Catholic Church took this view, Reagan wrote. Rather, the popular ethic regarding abortion and common law were grounded in the female experience of their own bodies. Again, this is not sourced anywhere, but let's just take what she has to say at face value. Though it is considered taboo in Christian traditions, there it is. Until the mid-19th century, the Catholic Church implicitly accepted early abortions prior to ensoulment. Not until 1869, at about that time, that abortion became politicized in this country, did the church condemn abortion in 1895. It condemned therapeutic abortion, meaning procedures to save a woman's life. So what this is telling us is prior to this was in the Samuel Alito decision. Prior to doctors having access to instruments that could measure what was going on with a kid, all they could go by was you missed your period, so that means presumably you may be pregnant, and until you felt the little first flutters, you weren't pregnant, which is highly subjective because my wife gets the flutters really, really early, and the doctors consistently tell her you have gas, whatever. Okay, now watch this. Who was it? Who was it, dear listener? Thank you, Jeff, for this article. I'm going to save this article in my cheat sheet. Dear listener, who was it? Which institution? Because what Jeff just showed us is that because we didn't have access to ultrasounds and things of that nature, all we could go by was the quickening of the baby to know, okay, you got a baby in there, we can't kill it. But which and the church went along with it, the Catholic Church went along with it. Which institution led the fight to cancel abortion? Let's see. According to the very same article, it was the church that determined. No, actually, look. Abortions would have become criminalized by 1880, except when necessary to save a woman's life. Not at the urging of social or religious conservatives, but under pressure from the medical establishment, the very organization that today speaks out in support of abortion access, Reagan explained. Did you catch that? As technology began to increase, it was the medical folks that said, whoa. Actually, no, they're actually alive well before, and we don't need to be killing them. This is before ultrasound. Thank you very much, Jeff, for that. I needed that. It was the clinicians in America who took the Hippocratic Oath, which says, I will not administer abortifacient. It was those guys, the experts in the medical field, not the religious people, the scientists. It was the scientists that were pushing against abortion, not religious people. Thank you very much, Jeff. I really, really needed that a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Here's Jeff. Male physicians. I love it. Jeff, the text doesn't say that. You're adding to the text. You selectively used the CNN article, and that is the reason, dear listener, anytime somebody says that, you say, please source it. Because now what Jeff has to do is backtrack and say, it was the male physicians, when the text doesn't say that. Women are allowed to be doctors too. So here we are. This is where we are. This is why I think this thing is doomed to fail. Literally every single argument that gets used is actually a pro-life argument. And you guys have seen me for 4 years. I've never said, hey, it wasn't the religious people that did this. It was the doctors. I didn't know that. So you learn something new every day. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Vin is turning into the Hulk every time abortion is mentioned. I'm writing the script for the new movie, The Hulk. Vin, the father of all fetuses. Amy, I will do it. I'll write you the first monologue, and then you're going to have to do your magic with the thing and turn me green because I'm black. I don't know. Maybe we get, or I'm brown, or I'm chocolate, or I'm caramel. Huh? Caramel? What do you think, babe? Sorry? Caramel? Yeah. Should I avoid going out? No. You should not avoid going out. Interestingly enough, even church fathers that believed in ensoulment, such as Augustine, still thought abortion was not permissible because it killed a potential life. Yes, prior to us learning science and embryology, all we could go by was this ridiculous, fluttering that girls felt, and that's when we had the line, because we didn't have science. This is one of the things that's fascinating to me about this discussion, is that all the people who are quoting scientists are on the pro-life side. Unbelievable. Yes, Vin, I understand that. And in that sense, you're right. I also get that writing here can make my posts seem cold and insensitive. Well, it's not the writing because Kai, you're, aside from Ian, you're probably one of the most gentle people I've ever met. So I'm not reading what you're saying as cold and insensitive. I look at you as a very inquisitive person. All I'm saying is that when it comes to life, you would not be so inquisitive if it was your kids on the line or your wife or anybody that you loved. It wouldn't just be a theoretical debate. That's all I'm saying. I know that you're not cold and I know that you're not insensitive. Okay? Jeff, no. Okay? I love this stuff. I love it. Here. So now, okay, now I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to screenshot something for you guys. Let me set this up for you. Jeff goes, abortion was legal in America until 1910. It wasn't. It got banned in the 18-somethings, right? I said, Jeff, show me that article. So he shows me the article, right? And I mined the article and I found the point where he specifically said it. And what was fascinating was that the paragraph right below what Jeff guided me to said that the religious folks, the evangelicals and the Catholics, went along with the medical guidance given to us by doctors and physicians. And then the part of the article that Jeff did not tell us was that the people who started advocating against abortion was not the religious right, it was physicians. He purposely left that out. So then, in order to rebound, he said, well, it was an all male physicians, which, of course, is ridiculous. The article didn't say it was an all male physician. So then everybody said, well, there were no doctors. There were no women doctors at that time. Really? Okay. All right. Well, let's see. There were no women doctors in the 1800s. Mark says, that's what Jeff says. Yikes. Physicians in the United States: Elizabeth Blackwell, Rebecca Lee Crumpler, Susan LaFleche, Mary Edwards Walker, Gertie Corey, Mary Putman Jacoby, just to name a few. This is how desperate these folks are. They purposely misrepresent an article. Then they add words to the article when the article says too much that they don't want to hear. And then when they're refuted that way, they just make up history. There were no women doctors in the 1800s in America. This is where we are. This is why you're going to lose. This is why you're going to lose. Because instead of saying, holy shit, I need to rethink what a pro-lifer actually is, all they did was they took the template and said, only men are against abortion. So we have to say that it was a bunch of men that did this. And then we have to say, even though the article doesn't say it was all male physicians, we have to say that there were no women physicians. There were no women doctors. What happened to Dr. Quinn medicine women? You guys, come on, man. You guys are killing me. You're killing me. And here's Ranter Matt. I'm sure the 8 women doctors, as if there were only 8 female doctors in the United States. It was only men who were delivering babies. You guys, man, holy smokes. Marxists always lie. Yeah. Sadie, everybody on that list was a woman. Everybody on that list was a woman. Okay. This is what happens, man. Unbelievable. I gotta tell you, I've seen a lot of situations where, people lied and did all types of craziness to try to justify abortion. But what Jeff did was mind-blowing. He quotes a CNN article and specifically literally the part where he quoted, literally the very next sentence said something that completely destroyed his worldview. And he would not tell us. Unbelievable. All right, guys. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You guys, man, God Almighty, that's just bad. All right. We've got 5 minutes left, guys. I asked how many were on the list. Sadie, number 1, the CNN article didn't list a gender of the physicians. All they said was physicians. Jeff, in a desperate attempt to try to save any credibility, said that all the physicians were male. And then Mark said, come on, where are the like there were a bunch of female doctors in the 1800s. So all I did was like a 2-second Google search, and we found that there were actually female doctors in the 1800s. So instead of saying, look at Mark. This is the dishonesty that happens in these discussions. Okay, women doctors in the 1800s. LOL. There were no women doctors in the 1800s. Ha 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 ha. That's what he said. He's laughing at the idea that there were female doctors. Then it gets disproven that there were in fact female doctors in the 19th century. And instead of saying, my bad, I was wrong, he says, oh my God, you found 10 female doctors. Clearly, I stand corrected. Yes, because obviously that is not the sum total of all the doctors in the 19th century. Mark? But instead of saying, you know what, I was wrong, I've got to amend that situation, I'm still pro-choice, which is fine, he has to pretend that he didn't just... And that's why I said, this is why I kept telling everybody, this practice is going to be over in my lifetime. Because the only thing that you guys have to lie, misrepresent, distort the truth, all types of craziness in order to make your points. And instead of just sacking up like a man and saying, yeah, I mean, okay, who knew? I didn't know that. Now he's going to act like the women that I listed are the sum total of all the physicians in the medical field in the 19th century. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. What about W.E.B. Du Bois? Unbelievable. You guys. Whew. The idea that all male physicians tried to steal the medical industry from female folk healers and midwives is feminist pseudo-history from the last century and has been debunked by historians. We know. Jeff, you dishonestly quoted CNN. And then when I read the piece of the article you did not want read, you added something in there that wasn't in the article. So that's why I always tell people, give me the source so we can all look at it together. So Jeff, send us, yeah, exactly. Pretty insulting to women. Correct. The amount of racist and misogynistic assumptions that some of these folks have that have been revealed in this discussion is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. Oh, okay, there's Mark. Unbelievable for sure. Women were obviously a small fraction of doctors. They're obviously not the ones who changed the abortion practice. Mark, validate that. Validate it. Get us some historical data. Validate it. And what were those female doctors doing in the 19th century when the medical profession said, hey, this has to stop. We've got more information now, and we're not just killing accomplice cells. Where were these women? They speak out against it? These guys are just making up history as they go along. And Mark, who, I'm not going to talk about Mark's past history because I'm not here to embarrass people. But, Mark's got a penchant for saying stuff like that and then having to walk it back. So that's why I say, look, guys, anytime you make a statement, just provide the source. We'll all look at it together. That is the reason why. The only continue is through lying, deceiving people, and assuming people will not do the research for themselves. That's the only way this works. Mark, I want you to stop making up history as you go along. That's what I want you to do. You first implied, you laughed at the idea that there were female doctors in the 1800s. Ha ha ha, he said. Now that it's been proven, now you want to make up some oral history. Well, it was the guys that went and stole it from the women, blah, 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 blah. Get us the data, Mark. Get us the data. Unbelievable. Holy smokes, you guys. All right. So, look, guys, I got to prepare for another broadcast. Thank you guys for coming along. Yeah, trust the science. No, not that science. Right. So, guys, look. What I think needs to happen is that we need to turn our focus to how to reimagine the entire structure of our country. I opened up talking about the antebellum period. We had an economy that was built on a human atrocity. And a lot of the moderate slave, the nice white people, the nice moderates who believed that black people were humans and that we did need to end slavery. A lot of the nice moderates who sound very much like a lot of you were saying, yeah, I know those Negroes, it's terrible, but we got to think about the economic ramifications. Where you're going to put all these Negroes? You're going to house them yourself? Or you're going to adopt these Negroes? What are you going to do about about the entire Southern infrastructure? It's completely propped up by this practice. There's a lot of other things to think about before we free these Negroes. And I think what needs to happen, and they were right, by the way. They prophesied it would destroy the economy of the South. It did. They prophesied that you'd have a bunch of roving Negroes running around. It did. And you know what we did? We did Reconstruction. We gave reparations to those slave masters for the loss of their capital, so that the South could be rebuilt and not destroy our entire country. Because if the South doesn't prosper, then America doesn't prosper in the long term. And what I'm saying is, this is that kind of a moment. We need to have a serious economic plan that addresses these types of shortfalls, because our economy has been falsely propped up by the practice of abortion. There are a bunch of expenses and other things that we no longer accounted for because we've killed 61 million kids. And I don't know if any of you have done, P&L when you flash, meaning that you project what your profit and losses are going to be. You make certain assumptions based on the norms that spit out a certain number. So if you have a culture since 1973 that has been killing kids at 3,000 kids a day, then you're going to have an economy that is propped up with certain assumptions that don't account for those children. So when that goes away, you have to have an economic structure that accounts for that. And so, not to be unfair to my right-wing friends, but I don't believe that the people on the right are thinking in that direction. My fear is that the people on the left are so focused on trying to win a losing battle. Abortion is a losing battle, guys. Honestly, I mean, what do you think's going to happen? Somebody like Sadie gets on TV in a debate over there in Nebraska and says, "Yeah, let's kill a 9-month-old child." How's that going to work? The minute that somebody passes there's going to be a state that passes a restriction that says that, considering that life begins at conception scientifically, we're going to give these kids the 14th Amendment right to life. That's the end of the discussion. Now we have an abortion ban. And then a generation after that, and the generation after that is going to look at America for the sociopathic monsters that we've been since 1973, and they're not going backwards. It's the same thing that happened. Do you think we're ever going to reinstitute the transatlantic slave trade? No, because this generation gets the foresight or the benefit of foresight to look back and go, holy shit, those people were monsters. It is never coming back. What I would say is the left needs to work on reimagining the social structure, and right now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. You could say, fine, we will give you babies in exchange for a social, not a social safety net, a complete reorganization of our culture, economically speaking, to account for the fact that we're in a completely different reality. That's what I believe the left should be working on. But nope, they're going to fight till the last breath to lie, do all the nonsense that we saw in the last hour. The most honest one that I've interacted with in this entire time were the two ladies, Amy and Sadie, who both says, yep, kill that 9-month-old viable baby. It's the woman's choice. Those were the most honest ones. Everybody else lied, deceived, didn't quote things all the way, made up history as they went along, and were easily refuted. So anybody that looks at this objectively can tell this practice is doomed in America. So I wish that we had somebody on the left that was working on saying, let us do a transfer. Let's do an exchange. Let's do some bartering. Nope. This generation of leftists is going to fight tooth and nail to maintain something that is possible to maintain. And then in the next generation or so, they're going to deal with all the economic ramifications and do some emergency yada, 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 instead of doing what's best for everybody. Start using damn condoms, you barbarians. It's all your fault. I agree. Whatever happened to the pill? Yeah, Lonnie, I agree with you. Lonnie's right. And if this is the Lonnie, are you the Lonnie? Are you the Lonnie that I talked to? Are you the No, I think I talked to a different Lonnie. Amanda Jones says, LOL, y'all sound so stupid. Abortion has happened throughout history. It will happen in the future. You will not stop it. Okay, Amanda, well then today's not really a significant day then, because abortions are just going to continue. Mark, I did refute your argument. It was a bad argument, but you generally make bad arguments on this topic. But you're more than welcome, Mark. If you believe that you make good arguments, I'll post the link and you can come in. You can come on and defend your position, since I make bad arguments. Mark, I don't believe you think I make bad arguments. I don't think you believe that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can also, yeah, the social structure in Canada is looking great. Yeah, I mean, awesome. Canada's awesome. You know, that girl, she delivered her baby, strangled it to death, threw it over the fence, and went to the prom. And the judges in Canada let her off. And the reason they let her off was because they don't have gestational limits on abortion. That's the Katrina Effort case. So go for it. Go for it, Calendros. Go move to Canada, where you can give birth to a baby, strangle it to death, throw it over the fence, and go about your day as if nothing happened. Shout out to Canada. That's Katrina Effort, EFFERT. If you want to do the research, if you think I'm lying. Well, yeah. I mean, if you think I make bad here. I was gonna leave, but I'll stay for a couple more minutes. Here, I'll put the link in the chat here, and then since I make arguments, you or Mark or both of you can come on and explain to me how bad these arguments were, because I'm always willing to learn. Like, for example, I just learned today that it was actually physicians and scientists that started the pro-life movement, not Christians or Roman Catholics. So there's a link in the description, so you can jump on, Amanda or Mark or both, and the three of us can have a discussion, and then you guys can tell me where I'm wrong about abortion, because I'm always open to learning. Well, Amanda, if you believe that I have a weak argument, come on, let's have a discussion. Yeah, you're wrong. I am willing to learn. Are you willing to learn? I didn't know that it was physicians in America that started the pro-life movement. I thought it was us. So shout out to my guy Jeff, who educated your brother. Oh, okay. I'm an ignoramus. Okay, that's why you're not going to come on and defend your position. It's not because you can't defend your position. It's because I'm an ignoramus. Okay, but we do have somebody. We've got Silding. A psychonaut, dear listener. I don't know if you guys know what a psychonaut is, but it's basically like an astronaut or whatever. Philly Steve, where'd you go? When you're done, come downstairs. Orion's crying. I want daddy. I want daddy. Aww. Okay. I gotta go. Orion sounds like such a crybaby. One case doesn't make Canada bad. No, one case doesn't make Canada bad. What's bad about Canada is that there are no gestational limits to abortion. So these guys are hacking up 8-9-month-old babies over there across the border. God help the Canadians. Whew. All right. Christians will always take responsibility for the good things invented by others. I know. I even fell to the Planned Parenthood brainwashing that it was us that started. No, and it makes sense, right? That the doctors who specialize in this field, who would be at the cutting edge of technology and know to correct a mistake like that. People always say follow the science until the science says something they don't want to hear. Here's Amanda. God bless her. You're a liar, like most pro-forced birthers. Okay, Amanda's emotional right now. Amanda doesn't know me. She obviously is not familiar with my work. And so this is something where somebody's just emotional. They're upset. I understand it. I understand why you're upset. You live in a capitalist environment that puts money over the lives of people. And women have been told for a whole generation that a child is going to completely destroy their life. So I understand the emotions. I understand all of it. I get it. Abusive men rape their wives, dude. I agree. I actually had a situation where somebody did that, and that person faced severe consequences. They lost their entire family because marital rape is a real thing, and it's fucked up, and he deserved whatever he got. Fuck him and everybody with him. So I agree with you. Abusive men rape their wives. You know who else rapes women? Sex traffickers, Amanda. And 53% of sex trafficked women report that they were forced into abortion clinics by their pimps for obvious reasons. You are. Late-term abortion is a made-up term. Late-term abortion is a made-up term. That's a made-up term? Late-term abortion is a made-up term. I didn't know that. Okay, Amanda, thank you for educating us. I didn't know that late-term abortion was a made-up term. I thought it was generally referencing abortions in the middle of the second to the third trimester, but what do I know? Oh, made up by pro-forced birthers. Okay. Amanda, what do you call an abortion at 28 weeks? Is that late term, or what do you call that? What do you think that is? I'm just curious. I mean, what is the proper term for abortion in the middle of the second to the third trimester? No, we're not going to make fun of anybody except for me. So I'm interacting here. Being forced to give birth and being forced to abort are both bad. I agree. I agree that forcing somebody to abortion is bad. What do you mean by forced to give birth? Are you saying that it's not bad to kill a child inside the womb? Is that what you're saying? And considering 99% of abortions are relative to economic concerns, are you saying that it's immoral to save the life of a child inside the womb, or are you a capitalist who believes that economic concerns should always trump human life? Matt, listen, don't mention anything about my family in these discussions. Okay? Be quiet. Let me see what Amanda says. But you want to force birth. Okay, I'm asking for clarity. What do you call an abortion, Amanda, in the second trimester into the third? What do you call that? Are you going to pay for all the unwanted babies? That's exactly the same thing that the moderates in the antebellum period said. What are you going to do with all these Negroes once we let them out? Are you going to take them into your house? That was the exact same argument. Can you tell me, but you said that the term late-term abortion is a term that I made up. So what term would you use to describe abortion in the middle of the second to the third trimester? Condoms fail. Amanda's right. Condoms do fail. Condoms fail. Birth control fails. Hell, I've heard of cases where even IUD fails. But Amanda, again, I'm going to ask you, how would you characterize an abortion in the middle of the second trimester up to the third trimester? Do you not have an answer? Okay. So Amanda, if you don't have an answer, I'm just going to continue to call it a late-term abortion. Okay. If you have a different response to that, then I'd like to know what the term is. I didn't say you made it up. Yeah, you said forced birthers like me made it up, yada yada yada. So I'm just asking you, like, how would you characterize an abortion, a medically necessary abortion? Okay, a medically necessary abortion. Okay. So are you saying that you believe that the only people that are doing abortions in that stage of pregnancy are doing it because the mother will die otherwise? Is that your position? Is that what you believe? Say hi, Mark.
Hey.
I never thought this day would arrive. Mark P, everybody. One of my best friends from the great state of Canada. Go ahead, Mark.
State of Canada.
Or, well, state in the technical sense, right? It's a country. Go ahead.
What do you want? You want me to prove to you that women were a small percentage of doctors?
No, you laughed. You said women doctors in the 1800s?
Yeah.
You laughed.
Of course.
There were female physicians in the 1800s. Isn't that true?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
How many were there? What percentage of the doctors would you say there were women?
Irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's completely relevant because
how's it relevant? How's it relevant to this discussion?
It's relevant because the point was that the point that was being made was that male physicians were the ones that made enacted or
who made that point? Was that the article or was that Jeff from YouTube?
Jeff, and he was right.
Did the article say that?
No, but the article didn't need to say it. Women were a small, tiny percentage of the physicians.
Were female physicians speaking out against their male counterparts for saying that we shouldn't kill babies in the womb?
I have no idea. Their opinions would have been irrelevant back in the...
Oh, their opinions would have been irrelevant. Where's the documentation for that?
Well, it's pretty much known, don't you think?
It's assumed. It's assumed, just like you assumed that there were no female doctors in the 1800s. That's why you laughed about it.
No, you're completely wrong.
You assume that. You said here. Let me show you.
It's historical fact.
Here, Mark. Let me show you what you said because you might have forgotten what you said.
I didn't forget.
Well, I'm going to post it because other people might not have known what you said. Here is what Mark said. So I said it was actually the physicians who stopped it, not the religious people. And then Mark says women doctors in the 1800s. LOL.
Yeah, because
that's what happened.
Yeah, and that's
okay.
I stand by that.
Mark, here's the next phrase you use. Show me some stats that there were women doctors in the 1800s. Come on, Vin. Back up what you say. Okay, so Mark, you laughed at the idea that there were female doctors, and then you asked me to prove that there were female doctors in the 1800s, which means you didn't know that, Mark. You assumed it, right?
Well, I agree. I did assume that there were
and you
none.
were wrong.
Well, I was wrong that there were none.
Okay, you were wrong. Okay, thank you.
Oh, so you don't really care to listen. This is the problem with you, Vin. You don't care to listen to other people.
Go ahead, I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
It's not relevant if there were some women doctors. The point is that they were not influential at the time. Like that's obvious. Like it's not, the women doctors are not the ones who would have had an effect on the change in policy.
I just need to know when it's my time to talk.
It's your time.
Okay. Do you have any documentation that validates that, or is that just your assumption?
Well, I mean, what documentation could I possibly have other than to try to research specific doctors who would have had this?
Okay, so Mark,
What?
let's think about this. The same logical mechanism you use to mock the idea that there were female doctors in the 1800s is literally the same logical template you're using to make that assumption with no backup for it whatsoever.
But it's like saying it would be like saying prove that the sky is blue. Like,
see how you accuse me of not listening, but then you don't respond to what I say?
Because I repeat what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
The same erroneous logical template that you use to assume that there were no female doctors in the 1800s without any sort of documentation to back it up is literally the same logical erroneous template you're using to say that it was all men who came and bogarted this situation. Women had nothing to say about it. That's an assumption that you're making in the same way that you made the similar assumption that there were no women in the 1800s.
But are you contending that...
Can you address that criticism, please?
No, I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Okay.
But that's
Great.
not the point. But that's not the point.
So we could just make stuff up and not back it up.
No, of course not.
Okay.
Of course not.
So when you have documentation that backs up what you're saying, then I'll engage with it. Other than that, it's just your speculation.
Okay. Like, I don't know what to say to that, because it's known. Like, first of all, it would be impossible to prove. Secondly, it's kind of a ridiculous statement, the ridiculous position that you're taking.
That's fascinating. Is it as ridiculous as there being any women doctors considered? You laughed about it. So prior to me refuting that, you thought women doctors in the 1800s was ridiculous too, right? That's why you laughed about it?
Yeah,
right?
But
and you were wrong.
No, but you're missing the point. You're still missing the point. Like, it's not...
Can you tell me what my point is?
What your point is that you're saying that, yeah, there were women doctors.
No, that's not my point.
That's not your point.
Please listen to me. You made an assumption about the state of women in the 1800s in America in the medical field, and you believe so matter-of-factly that it was true that you laughed at the idea that there were female doctors because you just assumed that everybody knew there were no female doctors in the 1800s.
There were very few.
Please let me finish. Then when you got refuted, you just admitted 2 minutes ago the same logical template you're using to make this argument was the same logical template you made on the refuted argument.
Yeah, but it's not relevant.
Now say back to me what my criticism is now that I just said it to you.
Well, I don't understand your criticism, because your criticism is not...
Okay, let me try to explain the criticism again. You have already refuted yourself by your assumptions. And then when I ask you to back up what you're saying with data, you're saying, I don't need to do that. It's just well known. And what I'm saying is, I'm not crazy for not accepting your word for it, right?
So what you're saying, so if I tell you, for example, that the first woman doctor admitted to Yale was in 1916. So before 1916, there were no women doctors at Yale. Would you accept that as proof that women were a very, very small proportion of doctors in 1900?
My brother, there are a very small proportion of male nurses in the nursing field. That is not the argument. The argument that you made was that there were no... The argument you made was that there were no doctors. You laughed, you mocked it. Then you were disproven. Then you admitted same...
No.
What did I just say that was factually incorrect?
You're changing this topic. The topic at hand is whether male physicians are the ones who influenced abortion law in 1900.
No, that's not what I'm contesting.
That is the question.
No, that wasn't the question I was contesting. The question
I don't care what you're contesting. That's the question at hand.
That's why you guys keep losing, is because you don't care to listen to your opposition.
You keep losing.
Mark.
It wasn't male doctors. It was male politicians.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's my wife.
Yeah, and she's also wrong.
Well, you're an asshole.
That's
Sorry.
okay. Mark,
People are emotional. But-
that's completely fine. I don't take any offense to it whatsoever. That's okay. Mark, here's the point. The point is that in the article that my brother Jeff posted, he posted an article that said, hey man, abortion was legal in America until XY thing. So he posts the article, and then the specific part that he referenced, the very next line goes on to say that it was medical professionals, and they did not gender those medical professionals.
Of course, because they didn't
But
need to.
wait. But because he didn't want to, he wanted to save his argument. He said, well, those were men. And then you came along and laughed. You laughed at the idea that there were female doctors in the 1800s, Mark. Can we both agree? Can we both agree that you assumed that there were no female doctors and you thought
I've already agreed to that.
Okay, now stop. So what I'm saying is, Mark, what you're asking me to do is take your word for it instead of showing me definitive evidence. Now, you can disagree with me all you want, but I have never made a claim about this topic that I have not buttressed by data. Can we agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that. But that's
Okay, tell me one argument I've made that hasn't been supported by data.
I don't want you to change the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. My subject is no.
Yes, you are.
No,
Yeah,
Mark, say back to
change
me
the
what I'm
subject.
saying the issue is then.
You are trying to make the issue about one piece of misinformation. Very good. Yes, misinformation. One erroneous statement. That's what
Misinformation,
you want
yes.
See, this is the problem with you, Vin. You're not interested in truth. You're interested in being right.
But Mark,
Okay. So,
Mark, how do I know that what you're
listen,
saying is true?
Listen. You're more interested in being right than in truth. This is the problem. And I've already admitted that I was incorrect when I made a statement that there were actually no women. The
Mark.
correct statement would have been the number of women was infinitesimally small.
Mark,
There weren't none. There were
Mark,
some.
Mark, if I have a
finish.
go ahead.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
So the actual number was really small, would have been the correct statement instead of saying there were none. But the point is that Jeff's statement was still correct, that male doctors were by the overwhelming, like 99.9% of doctors most likely were men.
Okay,
at the
Mark.
time that the decision was made.
Mark,
And are you disputing that fact?
I am. And I'm asking you what I'm asking you to do, Mark.
What
all
percentage?
Mark,
What percentage of
Mark.
women do you think?
Mark, what I'm asking you to do is validate your claim.
Yeah. So my wife is looking it up here.
Don't
So
give
let's
me,
see.
because Mark, what you're essentially saying is take my word for it, right? But
No.
I can't take your word
No.
for it because you were
Look it
already
up.
wrong before.
Okay.
Google
I'm
it.
going to give you a link. I'm going to give you a search right now.
Sure.
Google it.
How many women doctors in the U.S. in 1880 is the article that my wife has found here, and the article says over the next hold on. Oh no,
Just give me a sec. Just give me a sec.
We're waiting.
The computer died. The computer died. Her
It's
computer
okay.
died.
It's okay. We're not on a clock.
But good. Feel free to Google it. Why don't you Google it right now? How many women doctors?
I'm not.
in 1880?
Mark.
Well, you wanted me to give you a link.
Mark, here's the thing though. If I say 53% of women who've been sex trafficked have experienced forced abortions, I provide the information. I don't tell you to go look it up. That doesn't work.
But you're asking me to give you a link.
You
I
want
can't.
facts?
I'm
This
on
is
my
facts.
iPad. I can't give you a link. I'm on
Okay,
my
well,
iPad.
tell us what the link. Tell us what the link is. Tell me what the
I'm
title.
trying to tell you.
Tell me what the title of the article is, and I'll pull it up for everybody. That's what I did with Jeff's article.
Well, I just told you to Google it so you could find the article.
Oh,
But-
you made the claim.
Well, yeah, I know, but I don't. Well, then.
Mark, tell me one fact I've said. Mark, tell me one fact. Tell me one fact I've said about abortion that I haven't sourced.
Oh well, you take for granted, for example, that. Well, I'm not actually. I don't want to debate you about stuff that you become belligerent about. So.
Okay, so that's zero. You haven't provided a single example of something I've said about this topic that's unsourced.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So the article. So the link is, what is it? It's SaturdayEveningPost.com/2016/01//
What's the title of the article?
That's what it
That's
says.
what I'm trying to tell. The title of the article is "The Fight for Women Doctors."
Okay.
Saturday Evening Post.
Fight for women doctors. The Saturday Evening
But this is what it
Post.
says.
Yeah.
Okay.
2,400.
January 14th, 2016 article.
2016. Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the article. Okay, so what part of the article says what you say? That it was
I'm
was
not actually
men.
reading the article.
That it was men who stopped. That it was just men, and they stopped.
No.
Where is it?
The point that I'm making is that women were a very small percentage. That's what you asked me to prove. That's what I'm proving in the article.
13,000 women were working as doctors in America.
No.
Their numbers are not increasing.
2,400 women.
So by 1880, over 2,400 women were practicing medicine in
But that's
America.
after this amount of growth.
Yeah. So 1880, there were 2,400 women practicing.
How many
medicine
people? How
in
many
America.
people in total were practicing medicine in America at the time?
Can you Google that?
Yeah.
And secondly, Mark, is it your contention that these female physicians were saying, no, we should keep having abortions?
No, it's not my contention at all.
What is your proof? What is your proof that the female physicians disagreed with the male physicians that were saying that?
I didn't say there were.
Okay, so here's what we have, Mark.
So I'm sorry. I'm gonna just say this, and then I'm gonna come off and not talk to you again. Okay? I'm a woman. Some white males and the Supreme Court are taking away my rights. So this is the male equivalent. Okay? So no longer do I have a right to make decisions on my body. So this is what I'm saying. So for all those men who rape women and rape their daughters, the law should state that they should be castrated. Okay?
I agree.
I think, yeah. Well,
I agree.
try to get that past the Supreme Court, because you know what? Those white, old, male, they would never do it.
Amy
So,
Coney
you know
Barrett
what?
is a woman.
You don't know what you're talking about until your rights have been taken away. No, I'm a woman.
Ma'am, I'm
and
a
I
black
can
man
speak
in
up for
America.
myself.
I'm a black man in America. You can't tell me shit about my rights being taken away.
Bullshit on that. You're a fundamentalist, and you have no respect for women. None at all.
Thank you. Okay, now the argument that she made was that her rights are being taken away from her. And what she's not dealing with is the fact that you're taking away the rights of the child when you kill them.
Bullshit.
Okay, you're not taking away the rights of a child when you kill them. The child can exercise life, liberty, and his pursuit of happiness after they're disassembled in the womb.
No. Then the point that you've never realized, and this is not a debate I wanted to have with you because I know what your position is, but the point that you've never wanted to acknowledge is that the definition of when life starts is not settled. And you
Who
think
told
it
you
is.
that?
I know.
Who told you that?
No, it's not, again, it's logical. It's
Okay,
because
we're
hold on, can I? Again, don't interrupt me. It's because the term life is a defined term. Like it's what we decide it is. And yeah, you're right. We could decide life starts at 2 years old. I wouldn't support that for sure, but society could decide that.
yeah, like they did in Germany, right? Well, they said that Jews are Untermenschen.
Right, that they could decide,
or in antebellum America where they decided that I wasn't really a human.
That's right.
Okay, that's the team you're on. I'm not on that team. You just said it.
I'm not on that team either. I don't believe that.
Mark, can I ask you a question? Is there a debate among biologists as to when life begins, or is there a consensus among biologists as to when life begins?
Life is what we define it to be.
Can you answer the question I asked you?
No, I am answering the question.
It's a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question. You want it to be a yes or no question, but
no. I'm not asking you yes or no. When does life begin? That's not the question I'm asking you. My question I'm asking you is: among biologists, is there a consensus as to when life begins? Yes or no?
I'm not answering that question. Yes or no.
You're going to refuse to answer the question. Okay. So
yeah, because it's a loaded question.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, Mark, is I'm going to post. I'm going to post what the biologists say for the good of the audience, because you and I both know why you're not answering the question. I'm going to post the information for the good of the audience, okay? 96% of biologists, that is a higher number of consensus than for climate change, says the following. As usable responses began to come through, 5,337 biologists, that's 96%, affirmed that a human's life begins at fertilization, with 244% rejecting that view. The majority of the sample identified as liberal, 89%, pro-choice, 85%, non-religious, 63%, and in the case of Americans who express party preference, the majority identified as Democrats. So these pro-choice Democrats at a clip of 96% says life begins at conception. Mark from YouTube says, oh, we could just make it up any way we want. So Mark, you'll excuse me. I have to go with the science and not you, bro. Are you a biologist?
Nope.
Okay, so it's not irrational for me to take the word of biologists over you, right?
I'm calmed down now, and I'm going to reframe the question, okay?
Okay.
I'm very calm. I'm going to reframe the question because I don't think I can change your mind or anybody else's mind.
You can't change my mind.
I'm going to reframe the question.
Okay.
So the ramification of today's decision is as follows, and this is fact. This is fact. The 3 dissenting justices have stated this as fact, and I trust their information. So this is what is going to happen in the most radical states. A woman is going to be forced to go to give birth to a child, and even if giving birth to that child or going to term or trying to go to term is going to lead to her becoming sepsis, okay? So basically these states are going to force this woman to, or they're going to prevent doctors, because the law is going to say if you abort that fetus before her death is imminent, you're breaking the law. So now medical doctors are confirming that if this woman is allowed to go to sepsis, the chance of survival for her is next to none. Next to none.
Ma'am, do you know what sepsis is?
Yes, I do.
What is sepsis?
Yes, I do.
What is sepsis? Can you tell me?
Sepsis means that all of your organs, all of your systems are infected, start shutting down, nothing works. So it's intensive care. It's like
and in what situation with a pregnant
care.
In what situation would a pregnant woman develop sepsis, ma'am?
Because if there's a part of the fetus that died and was not removed, it infects the mother's womb.
A part of the baby died?
Spread.
A part of the baby died, or the baby died?
Or maybe, no, I'm just saying that sometimes a birth can go wrong, and maybe there's still a heartbeat, but the woman becomes infected, okay? That happens. Look it up.
Ma'am.
So what some states are going to be allowed to do is they're going to force the doctors to not provide an abortion until sepsis is present.
Ma'am.
And there is medical proof that once sepsis
let me know
is
when I
present,
can interact with what you're saying.
Yeah.
We'll let you know.
That's the outcome. So not only, like, it's one thing to debate facts. I agree with you. We can debate facts till we're blue in the face. But I'm a Christian. I'm a minister. And I care about how these decisions affect people's lives. Like,
what about the
women,
babies? What about the 99% of babies who are killed for
I, as a
economic
Christian,
reasons?
would never have an abortion, okay? I would never have an abortion unless I was raped.
Can we have a
or
dialogue?
unless I was a victim of incest, okay? I'm a Christian. I'm a committed Christian.
Can we have a dialogue?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay,
Go ahead.
99% of the targets of abortion are not in that category. So would you support an abortion ban for the 99% and leave the sepsis thing alone? I would agree with you with that.
No. I do
Okay,
not.
so let's talk about the
So,
99% of the
can I-
61 million children we've killed. Hold on, Mark. Hold on.
Can I just want to ask you a question.
No, I'm dialoguing with your wife right now. Don't please just I promise I'll talk to you. But okay, so ma'am, are you saying, because you said you agree with me about facts, so I just posted the fact that what we're killing in abortion are human babies. Are you saying that it's Christ-like to kill human babies for economic reasons?
What I'm saying is that your vision of Christ is not my vision of Christ, okay? Christ is the one that stood before a woman that men who like were judging her, were stoning her to death. And Christ said, let who has not sinned throw the first stone, right? So I'm sorry, but
What did Jesus say about people who harm
politicians
children?
cannot make that decision for women.
Ma'am?
I'm sorry, but if a pregnant woman has already had kids,
Ma'am,
and
you didn't answer my
cannot
question.
take care of her child, then I'm sorry, it's not up to me to decide for her.
Ma'am, you didn't
But
answer
I
the question.
know what you could do instead. I know what Christ would do.
Can you
know
answer my
what
question?
Christ would do?
Can you
Yeah,
answer my
sure.
question? Because you didn't answer it. Would Jesus support killing babies for economic reasons, yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that because it's a
There it is,
woman-
guys. Thank you. Okay,
You
thank you.
ca-
Mark, say the last thing you
cannot
have to say.
No, you cannot decide. You
Ma'am, if you're
cannot
not going to answer a
decide
question,
what's
we can't
best
have a
for
dialogue.
woman.
If you
No.
can't answer a question, we can't have a dialogue. Mark refused to answer the question about science. You brought up religion. I asked you about Jesus. You said you're not going to answer the question. That's not a
No,
dialogue,
that's not
man.
what I said. No, that's not what I said.
Okay,
don't
I made a
agree.
mistake. Let me ask you a question again then. Would Jesus support the killing of babies for economic concerns? Yes or no?
Jesus would never, ever look at this in a black and white situation. Jesus was
Really?
not a fundamentalist.
He
was a
wasn't.
radical
He
for
wasn't.
the poor.
Okay. Well, let's see what Jesus has to say about children. Because you do know what Jesus said
I
about
know
those
what
who
Jesus
harm
has
children.
to say about children.
Okay. So Jesus said that those who harm children, it'd be better if you tied a millstone around your neck and threw yourself into the sea, right?
Yeah, so you think your solution doesn't harm children? You're wrong.
Okay, hold on a second.
You're wrong.
So Vin, can I ask
My
you a question?
solution doesn't result in their death, ma'am.
It does. In older children, it does.
Being against abortion supports the death of children. Okay, that's your position.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it, Mark.
Okay. What did Jesus say? What did Jesus say regarding whether an unborn fetus was a child?
That wasn't even a debate at the time.
Ah,
Oh,
Because
really?
they bo- because they-
There you
aren't
go.
Well,
you a
show
super
me in the intertestamental period where that was the case.
No, I'm saying it wasn't. Jesus never said that an unborn child was a child. So
That's-
anything that
Wait,
you say
Mark,
that Jesus
Mark.
said about children,
Mark.
you're assuming applies to unborn.
Can I ask you, Mark? Do you know anything about Second Temple Judaism?
Oh, who cares about that? Don't change the subject.
Who cares
I have
about
a
the
question.
Judaism of Jesus'
No,
day?
No. This has nothing to do with that. I'm sorry. No, don't start with the
You brought up
religious stuff.
Jesus, ma'am, not me. I didn't bring up
Jesus is
religion.
one thing. Don't start with Judaism. Let me ask you a question.
Jesus
Okay,
was
I've
a
been
Second
giving
Temple Jew, ma'am.
No. Hey, I asked. I'm changing the perspective. I've
Okay,
been giving
okay.
this a lot of thought.
All
I've
right,
been
let's.
giving this a lot of thought.
Okay, let's
I
have
am
a
not-
conversation.
I'm not pro-abortion. Okay, I'm not.
Neither am I, actually.
Okay, we're not. But I've been giving some thought and I've been doing some prayerful reflection on what is the alternative. So
Not killing them.
So let me just give out my hypothesis and you tell me what maybe the outcome would be if maybe 40 years of republicanism had gone this way, okay?
I'm listening.
So it seems to me that poverty and disenfranchised people, like people who are at people who are the most vulnerable, okay,
Sure.
are the ones that need like abortions because of like dire situations. So what if the church, a church that is supposed to be following Christ-like spirit, what if the church, instead of condemning and villainizing and criminalizing abortion, put all of their efforts into supporting
Vin will agree with that.
supporting women, supporting girls, doing everything they can to help communities get out of poverty. So and maybe give support so that if a young girl makes a bad decisions and has sex in high school and gets pregnant, well, maybe the church support group could give daycare for that girl to go to school and give her an option to maybe continue in her studies and still raise a baby with, takes a village to grow, so what if all this, to me, like this, all this stuff that's happened was put into more Christ-like support and love and like, what would happen if all this negative energy was put into that?
Ma'am, all due respect, I was talking to your husband with respect and candor. He said I interrupted him. I shut up, let him talk, and then asked him permission to speak again. And then you came on, yelled at me, swore at me, whatever. So yeah. I think you should do some self-reflection. I'm not the one coming with the negative energy here. It's you. Now listen, I understand why it's a very emotional day. Mark, you don't know me. Mark knows me. I agree with you 1,000,000%. Here's the thing. I don't believe that the church if every church did that, it still wouldn't be enough. What we need is a complete restructuring of our entire society. I brought up abolition. Okay. Now there's obvious self-interest for me to look up what the conversations were during the period of slavery. Not to you, but definitely to me. Ma'am, you need to understand something. There were moderates during the period of slavery who were saying, yeah, this is bad, but there's a whole bunch of economic concerns we have to have and fix before we release these Negroes. And they were right. And that's why after the Civil War, we had an entire socialist, I'm sorry, Republicans, but it's a fact. The Reconstruction was a socialist enterprise where we had to literally send a bunch of money and completely restructure our fiduciary allotments to the South because they were destroyed financially. And what I'm saying is that was the right thing to do. Free the slaves because human beings are more important than capital. And then after that, deal with the issue. So I agree with you. The church, and that's why I said I do not condemn women at all, whether it's sex work or abortion. I do not believe women should in any way, shape, or form be penalized for any of that. I adopt the Nordic model on sex work. We could talk about that another time. So I'm agreeing with you. We need to do that, but it's got to go beyond just the church because that's voluntary. It's got to be the state where we have a completely different structure that supports women. Ma'am, I was outside of an abortion clinic 3 years ago. There were two 16-year-olds that were shepherded into the clinic by their guidance counselor. Now, this kid, he couldn't have been more than 16 years old, man, swearing at me, doing all the things, whatever. We left. I came back around to get to the car. I see the same kid on a bench crying his eyes out. I sat next to that kid and I said, "What's going on, man?" He said, "I just killed my son." I said, he told me he had a name for the kid and everything. I was like, "Bro, you had a name for this kid? What the fuck?" He said, basically, long story short, the guidance counselors and their parents told them, "There's no way you're going to be able to do this, blah, blah, blah." And they marched those kids into the clinic, had him kill his own child, and then left him on the fucking bench to deal with it himself. So I don't want to, all the compassion talk, yada, yada, yada. There's nothing I could do for the kid. Obviously, we failed him, couldn't turn him around. So I prayed with the kid, gave him some Bible scripture. As I'm walking away, and God can strike me if I'm lying, the kid taps me on my back as I'm walking away, and he pulls out a knife this big. And he said to me, "Hey, I need you to take this from me because I'm done making bad decisions today. So please, I've been on the front lines of this shit. I've seen pimps shove their girlfriends into the clinic. I've seen a whole bunch of shit, man. So I agree with you 100%. Not only does the church need to create, give charity or whatever like we're supposed to do, but we need an entire overhaul of our economic system in order not only just to take care of single moms like my mother. You don't know my background. I had a single black mother for many years, and we were homeless. She had bipolar disorder. Rest in peace to her. When she was doing well, we did well. And when she wasn't doing well, we ended up in a homeless shelter. Difficulties happen. I'm glad that nobody showed up and Mercy killed my whole family because we were going through difficulty. So,
Well,
ma'am,
yeah,
I agree with you.
I
agree with
I'm
you.
sorry, we don't agree on much because your example is talking to a young man. Like, I'm sorry, but the solution, like the solution of taking away a woman's right to choose is no solution at all.
Right to
You
choose
have
what?
you have to invest in changing minds,
Ma'am, what is she
and
choosing?
supporting, but taking away someone's right
What is she
not
choosing?
the way to do this.
What is she
It is
choosing?
not the way to do this.
Can you answer
Sorry,
my
I-
question? What is
Sorry,
she
we
choosing?
didn't hear it.
What is she choosing?
To end her pregnancy.
No,
She is
childbirth
making
ends
a-
pregnancy. What is she
is
choosing?
making a choice that is so complex that you are not in a position to understand it.
She's
You
killed.
have no idea what's going on in
ma'am.
that young girl's life. You
That's
have
not
no
what I'm
idea.
asking you. I'm not asking you that question. You said the right to choose. Choose to do what, man?
Choose her own future.
Ma'am,
maybe
you're avoiding the
adoption,
question.
Maybe bringing a baby to term is a choice.
Ma'am, do you know what the
Maybe-
second most popular form of abortion in the world is, in America is?
I don't care because
Right,
it's
but
not relevant.
I do.
It's not relevant.
Okay, ma'am, you're not answering my questions.
You asked me if I cared, and I said no.
she asked
I
you
didn't
what it
ask you
was.
if you cared,
Okay,
ma'am.
what it is, I don't know.
Okay. It's called a dilation and curettage abortion. You can Google it. The doctor takes what's known as a
And it's
Sofer
not
clamp.
relevant.
It's
Vin,
not
none
relevant.
of
Please,
that
please,
is
please let me
relevant.
finish. Please let me finish.
It's not relevant.
The
But
doctor,
it's not relevant.
please let me finish. The doctor takes. See, they don't want us to talk about this for obvious reasons. The doctor takes a Sofer. The doctor takes a Sofer clamp, tears off the arms and the legs, eviscerates the stomach, crushes the skull until a white substance exits the cervix.
I don't
That was the
care.
baby's brains. Are you
So
saying
then-
that a woman has the right to do that to her child?
Yes.
So,
yes.
so Vin, you think that the
Okay,
way to
okay.
do-
Thank you.
so
We
you think
disagree,
that the
but thank
way-
you for your honesty.
So
I
now,
appreciate
Vin,
it.
let me ask you a question. So the only real argument you have is to appeal to people's emotions. Then
No, the argument I
see.
have.
Well, that's what you just did, right?
Mark,
is that
Mark,
what you just did?
can I answer the
Answer
question?
my
You
question.
asked me a question. Can
Yeah.
I answer it?
No, I'm asking you if you just did that.
No, I didn't. Now, can I
Yes,
can I
you did.
can I
You did.
explicate? Can I explicate it
that-
to you?
Yeah. So I've called you intellectually dishonest before, and this is what I meant.
Okay,
Because
Mark.
you actually going through the procedure was in order to elicit an emotional response
Untrue.
from people.
You're not. That's
Untrue.
not true.
Oh,
Mark,
okay.
can I explain to you why I described the abortion? Can I explain it to you?
Sure.
If you and I are in court, and you're a judge in a domestic violence case, and I'm a prosecutor, and I say my client had the hell beat out of her by her crazy boyfriend, and the boyfriend says, "Nuh-uh, all that I'm Johnny Depp, man. All I did was hold her hand, and then she said that I abused her, right?" And you're the judge, and I come to you and I say, "Judge, can I approach the bench?" And you say, "Sure." And then I show you a picture of Rihanna in the hospital after Chris Brown beat the hell out of her, right?
Yep.
Am I appealing to emotion, or was that a valid use of that picture?
So that is probably a valid use. And let me finish before you interrupt.
Okay.
Let me finish, because that is evidence that disproves a statement.
I agree.
How did your use of a description of an abortion disprove a statement?
Oh, very simple. Because when I'm talking to you guys, I'm not just talking to you, I'm talking to the audience. And a lot of people, Mark, believe that all abortion is a simple removal of cells. I don't know if you've heard that before. Have you heard that before?
But we didn't bring that up.
Well, actually,
didn't bring that up.
Mark,
It was
go.
not part of the discussion.
Mark, go back and watch the video. Here's what I asked you. What I asked you was, what is happening in an abortion? Your wife said, "I don't care."
I don't.
No,
So she
but
refused.
Why did you ask that question?
So
Why did you
she
ask that question?
refused to
Why
answer
did
the
you
question.
ask that question?
The reason I asked
Why?
that question, I'm answering. The reason I asked the question because my basic premise is that all human beings are equal, and once you're on the team, we need to protect you. That's the argument. So if
Okay,
you have
so-
please let me finish.
Yeah,
if you have somebody that is going around taking a circuitous route as to what's happening in abortion, the public has got to
Who did
know what we're doing.
didn't do
Your
that.
wife did when she refused
Nope.
to say what abortion is. I asked her 4
No,
times.
But
Look at the
why
video.
did you ask that question?
Well,
Why
again,
did
she
you
says
ask
she
that
doesn't
question?
care. The reason is
I
because
Then
people.
Why did you ask?
I'm
the question?
answering it because people need to know that abortion is
No.
not just a removal
It
of
was
cells.
not part of the discussion.
And-
The reason you asked the question is because you wanted to describe an abortion to elicit an emotional response. Come on, be honest, Vin.
No,
Come
Mark, listen.
Come on, Vin, be honest for
Mark,
a change.
Mark, can
Be honest
can
for a
you
change.
can you let me finish?
Yeah,
Mark, I have dealt with doctors and people who do not care. You're assuming that people hear that and get an emotional response. You're wrong. I have read that description. People have laughed about it. So it's not true that people are going to be emotional about this. My assumption in describing that is simply this. I believe people are basically in two categories. One, they support abortion. They don't actually know what's happening. Or two, they've gone so down the path in their heart that, as your wife said, I don't care what's happening to those kids. I don't believe most people are in that situation.
No, don't misquote me.
You said I don't care.
The next question should have been, why don't you care? And
It doesn't matter to me that I don't care why you don't care,
it doesn't
ma'am.
matter to you.
Yeah, so
I don't care why you don't care.
I'm gonna tell you why I don't care about the actual procedure, because you are weighing what happens to that unborn child. And
Thank you. I agree.
You are making a determination that outweighs any harm that could come to the woman who is forced to carry a child to term. The mental anguish, the physical risk, all of those things. Now, you and I can disagree on how we weight the damage that is being done to the unborn child versus to this woman, and in 50% of cases to the children of that woman. And what do you mean by 50% of cases? You and I are weighting that differently.
No, we're not. I don't know what you're talking about. 50% of cases? What do you mean?
50% of cases, women who have abortions already have a child. That's fact.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is, you are making a determination. You are saying this procedure, this
killing a human being,
any other thing.
Yes.
But the woman is also a human being that you
I
are
agree.
completely discounting.
No, I'm not discounting it. Half of the victims of abortion are women. Ma'am, listen. What you just said is exactly the essence of this entire discussion. Ma'am, you just said that we are killing children in abortion. And you have the position that, listen, I don't know if you've heard of...
I did not say that.
Are we killing children in abortion or not?
No, I would not describe an unborn fetus at a certain stage of development a child. No, I would not.
Okay, ma'am, if it can be demonstrated, that a fetus is actually a baby, would you change your position?
No.
Okay,
no,
so then...
because who are you to decide that a woman's life is less valuable than a child's life?
Ma'am, are you arguing that if women can't kill their children to go to college that they're going to die?
No, what I'm saying is, you don't have the right to determine the value of one decision over the other. You don't have that right.
I do. Can I give you an example?
No, you don't.
I do. Can I give you an example?
So what about the man who doesn't want to wear a condom?
Can I give you
what should be his punishment?
Well, it's called child support, ma'am. I don't know if you've heard of it. You tell the men that are getting their wages garnished it's below.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I've set up direct deposit for many people, but ma'am, you know that postpartum depression is real. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Severe mental anguish for the woman, also physical anguish. Ma'am, should a woman be able to kill her infant so that she can medicate her postpartum depression?
Non-relevant.
Can you answer the question?
Non-relevant.
Can you answer the question?
Not relevant.
Are you going to answer the question?
No, it's not relevant.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. If we can't dialogue, if we can't answer, this is the third time you guys are refusing to answer questions. So we got to go.
It's because you're asking loaded questions that are not relevant.
If you believe that your position,
what you did when you
Mark, there's no question.
In an abortion.
Can we agree, Mark? There's no question you've asked me that I refuse to answer to you.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all.
Okay, tell me the question that I refuse to answer.
Well, I was going to ask you when you brought up sepsis, for example, you never said in the case where the woman's life is in danger, or even if it's potentially
My
in
brother,
danger,
I've
whether
gone
the
on record a
abortion-
million times. I'll go on it 1,000,001. If the mother's life in danger, I support any action that will save that woman's life.
Yeah,
Okay.
but at what
I've said that a
percentage?
million times.
At
So-
what percentage? 30%
Is-
chance of death?
Do some
What do you
women
mean a
die in
30%
childbirth?
chance?
Vin, do
say-
some women die in childbirth?
Sure, black women are dying the most in childbirth.
So the act of having a pregnancy is a threat to a woman's life.
My brother, driving is a threat to everybody's life. But Mark,
That's correct.
here's the difference. Mark, here's the difference. Okay, black women have the highest rates of abortion in the United States. Now, you're kind of weird on the race issue.
5
Black
times.
women have the highest rates of abortion in America. And you know what else we
5
have?
times.
Black women have the highest rate of maternal mortality. So obviously, killing black children is not the solution to the death of black women.
Yeah.
Well,
Right?
no, that's not exactly
This
true.
decision is going to
It's
make that.
tell me what I said.
That's-
Okay, Mark,
that's
tell me
not
what I
factually
said that was
logical.
incorrect. Tell me what I said
That's
that was
not
just
fact-
incorrect.
It's not factually logical.
Okay,
The-
tell me what was incorrect, Mark.
Okay. The fact is, and I'm not saying I want to do this. I'm just telling you why it's factually incorrect.
Get ready for this, y'all.
If 100% of children were aborted in the U.S. or anywhere, there would be less deaths in childbirth.
There it is.
Well, no, I just said I'm not saying that I want
okay,
to do
get
that.
me
I'm
a
just
statistic. Get me
disproving what you said was factually incorrect.
No. What I said was that black women have the highest rates of abortion, and we also have the highest rates of maternal mortality.
Yeah,
That's what I said.
It's not causative of the other.
that's exactly my
Ma'am,
point.
I
Why
didn't
is
say
not
they were
causative of
causative.
the other?
What I didn't say they were causative. What I said was that
No.
abortion is not a therapeutic solution to maternal mortality. That was the argument. If it
But
was,
it is.
black
But
women
it
would
is.
have the. Okay, then explain why black women have the highest maternal mortality.
I just did.
That doesn't explain why black women have the highest maternal mortality.
Yeah,
No.
I can explain- I can
Don't
explain
change
that.
the subject, Vin.
I can
That
explain
was the subject.
No, you're
That
making.
was the subject.
The point you were saying is that black women have more abortions and they also die more in childbirth. Therefore, abortions don't solve the death in childbirth.
Okay,
That's-
now
that's a
explain
logical fallacy,
explain to me
That's a logical fallacy.
explain to me the specific principle of logic that is violated.
It's a logic. Well, I'm not.
Does
an
it
expert.
violate non-contradiction? Does it violate tu quo que? What logical fallacy are we talking about?
I'm not an expert in logical fallacies.
Okay,
but
so you just made it up.
But hold on. One thing doesn't follow. I guess it's a straw man to me, bro. I guess would be maybe the.
It's
the
not a
thing
straw
that-
man. A straw man is what happens when you purposely misrepresent somebody's argument.
cares?
Well, no.
Who
It's-
cares? Okay, all right, you're right. Nobody cares.
No.
Okay, Mark, you
Vin,
got
Vin.
2 minutes. You got 2 minutes to make a final statement. Then we'll go.
Listen. The sky is blue and the sun rises in the east. Therefore, the sun rising in the east causes the sky to be blue. That's the argument that you just made.
Nope, I didn't make a causation
Okay,
argument.
30 seconds.
Yes, you did.
No,
Yes,
you
did,
made the
because-
causation argument, not me.
Because the argument we were.
My brother, did I
discussing-
say where did I say was the cause? Where did I say that?
You
Be-
implied it.
Well, you implied it because your
I didn't imply it.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you
The
did.
the
Because-
question I asked you was, here's the question I asked you. If abortion is a therapeutic solution for maternal mortality,
But it's
then-
not.
okay, good. Okay, then we have no argument. Thank you. You said that. I agree, Miss. I agree. I agree. Thank you. Okay.
No.
I
There's no
appreciate it.
correlation.
Hey, Mark,
There's
your
no
wife is a lot more
correlation.
direct than you are, and I appreciate her for that.
No, she misunderstood the question, I believe.
Oh, now you're gonna mansplain her and oh, okay, all right. Look, Mark, Mark,
Wow, you're unbelievable, Vin.
Mark, can I ask you? We agree a fetus is an unborn human baby post 8 weeks gestation.
No.
No. Okay. If it can be demonstrated that a fetus is an unborn human baby post 8 weeks gestation, would that change your position?
It can't. It's-
Sure, but you cannot
Okay.
demonstrate that
Okay,
because
okay,
let
okay.
me finish. Why? Can I finish? Why?
All right.
You cannot demonstrate that because we're talking about the definition of words. And your definition of words and a biologist's definition of words and my definition of words, everybody's definition of words can vary.
No, they can't.
So you call it. So
Here you go.
Is a human
A
is a
fetus?
human life the same as a child?
Yes.
Is
Yes.
No.
Whoa? Why? Prove
Yes.
it.
Because a child is a
Prove it.
Homo sapien. He's
Show me the
classified.
article, Vin.
He's
You just made a
classified
statement.
scientifically as a Homo sapien.
Yeah. So show me a biologist consensus that says that a human life is the same as a child.
Oh, that's easy. I just showed it to you in the Quillette article. 96% of biologists say that human life begins at conception.
Yeah.
Wait, Mark. So the classification, Mark, the classification of the being in the womb is a Homo sapien according to biologists.
Yeah. And
Okay.
what was my question?
And Mark,
Homo sapien.
What was my question?
yeah, that answers your question. You said, show me
No,
where a
what was my
biologist.
question?
You said,
Repeat
show me
my
a
question.
biologist that says a child is the same as a human.
Yeah. And
And I just
said, biologist said life is a Homo sapien.
That's not a child.
How is that
You-
a child?
Because a child is a small Homo sapien. I'm not trying to laugh.
Prove it.
I'm not trying to
Prove
laugh
it.
at you. I'm not trying to laugh at
Prove
you.
it then. Prove it.
I just did.
Prove it.
I
No,
showed
you
it to you. Biologists said
No.
that a child that at conception
No.
is the beginning of a human life. Holy shit.
Right. Right. So prove to me that that's a child.
What is this? Oh, yeah, sure. Here it is. An unborn baby at 8 weeks gestation. There it is right there. I just put it on there for you.
It's a Homo sapien. Prove to me that that's a child.
It says unborn human baby.
Yeah.
I'm
prove to me that that's a
comfortable.
child.
I'm comfortable with saying that an unborn human baby is a child. If you really think that
Oh,
that's an
I'm
argument,
asking you to
then
prove
great.
it.
I just
Back
posted
up
it
your
for
words.
everybody. It's right there.
Back
Unborn
up your
human baby,
words.
8 weeks gestation. I proved it.
Prove it. Back
That's
up your
Oxford.
words.
I just did.
Yeah.
Mark, you're not listening.
Well, I cannot see, by the way. I can't see.
Oh,
your
okay.
fucking-
My bad, guys. He didn't see it, so give him a break. Fetus, an unborn offspring of a mammal, in particular, an unborn human baby.
Of
Yeah,
course he's
yeah.
human.
So I asked you to prove that that was a child.
It's a baby.
No,
I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with baby.
Oh, well, you're comfortable with that. Good. Why should I take your word for it?
It's not my word. It's Oxford's word, brother.
No.
Yeah, but that's-
you didn't
Okay,
show me
all
an
right, Mark.
Oxford
Before I let you
definition.
go, guys, please be respectful in the comments, please. Mark, are you saying that you're good with killing babies, just not children? Is that the argument?
No, I'm saying
Okay. All right.
I'm good with killing unborn fetuses.
Okay, and a fetus is an unborn baby post 8 weeks gestation,
Per some people's definition.
per Oxford
I don't. So
And-
per Oxford definition.
and the Mayo Clinic. Okay, thank you, Mark. I appreciate your willingness to engage in the dialogue, and I also appreciate you didn't apologize, and that's okay. I appreciate you recognizing the energy that you came at me with. I completely understand. You're a Christian. I'm a Christian. There's a big primer on forgiveness. I agree with you that we should still. We've got a lot of work to do, and I look at this as analogous to Reconstruction. And my biggest issue now with folks of your persuasion is that I don't believe, and maybe I'm stereotyping right-wingers, but I don't believe that right-wingers are going to do the long and hard thinking about socialist Reconstruction programs that we can use, not only to support women, but also their children, and reimagining our economy to make it so that the next 16-year-old that gets pregnant isn't dealing with the specter of a complete life of poverty because we have a capitalist system that doesn't account for them. I hope
Yeah, well,
that
include
people on the
women in
left-
your process. Include women in your process because
Ma-
that's
man-
why you have no
ma'am,
credibility.
women are at the center of the process. When I say
Whoa.
not just women, I'm talking about their children as well. Ma'am, I'm sorry. You're talking to
Right.
somebody that was in a homeless shelter with my single black mother. Y'all can't tell me nothing. Sorry. You
Um,
can't tell me
now
anything
what-
about that. I'm sorry,
ask
you
you a
just
quick
can't.
question?
I lived it. And what I'm saying is, look, my mother was a registered nurse, okay? So yes, she had bipolar, but when she was on an upswing, she could go somewhere, walk into a hospital, come out with a job, and we got out of it. Okay? What my concern is, what if it wasn't my mother? How do we come up with social structures that support everybody? I really
that
hope
we agree on.
that people on the left start focusing on that, because I'm telling you, this silly discussion about child or baby or all the rest of it is not going to work when people start voting and they start hearing about what is actually happening. So I hope that you guys can work on you guys are in Canada, I think, promoting some legislation that's going to completely restructure our society economically to take care of these people.
Well, we're in Canada, so we're leaps and bounds ahead of you guys on that front.
Right, you guys are strangling babies and throwing them over, and then nothing is happening to the woman who does
We
it.
have parental leave. We have all kinds of supports for women.
Yeah, and I think that's great. I don't know if you saw, but Marco Rubio made an attempt. But Marco Rubio's solution for parental leave was to dip into Social Security. So you're basically taking your retirement safety net and applying it to, and I think that's, he's doing that because he's a Republican, and you know how Republicans are. They're immediately going to say, how do we finance it? When it's time to bomb the shit out of people, and spend trillions of dollars on killing people, we don't talk about the price tag. And by the way, Republicans, I'm talking to you, because now that Roe v. Wade is over, here's a dirty little secret that a lot of people don't know. The pro-lifers, I've talked to these people who have voted against pro-life legislation because of the money of being anti-abortion. So now the Supreme Court is pushing the deck and calling you on your bullshit. So if you're really, really pro-life, we should be the first people that are working on creating an entire social restructuring of our social safety nets to take care of these women and children. But I'm almost certain that the solution is going to come from the left and not from us, quote unquote. So anyway, I appreciate it. I thank you for coming on. Miss, I don't want to call you Miss Mark because I want to recognize your own autonomy. But Mark, but ma'am, I appreciate you. I thought you did a great job, and there's nothing wrong with being passionate, and I'm glad that you're a Christian. I appreciate. Mark, are you a Christian?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
All right.
Do you mind can I ask you a very quick
I
question?
think you're muted, buddy. Oh, no, actually, you're not muted. Hold on. Stop talking. Give me a second. Mark, say what you were going to say again.
I said, do you mind if I ask you a quick question? I promise it will be quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to know if you would support a referendum on this issue. And why not, if not?
No. I am a complete abolitionist when it comes to this topic. In the same way.
There you go.
Look here.
There you go.
Mark, here's my vantage point, okay?
Yeah, you're afraid of the people. I understand.
No.
The will of the people doesn't guide.
Mark, I don't know if you know how the U.S. works, but Roe v. Wade didn't ban abortion, right? I don't know if you understand that or not.
Well,
what the Supreme Court, what the Supreme Court just did was push it back to the states. So each individual state is going to vote on this.
Right.
Okay. So
I'm talking about.
So there's no reason for a referendum.
No. Sorry. Let me clarify, Vin. I'm not arguing against a national referendum. Have a state by state referendum.
My brother, that's what the Supreme Court just said. That's what they just did.
It isn't. No.
Yeah.
No. Who is deciding right now? Is it the people or the politicians?
My brother, I don't know if you know how legislation works in America, but we have representative government. So we elect people, and then we tell them how to vote.
You're not that naive, are you? You've heard of gerrymandering?
Okay. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. I answered the question.
You're not. Are you? So no, but you had. Sorry, I just want to know why.
But Mark, here's a bigger issue.
Why
okay?
you're afraid of the opinion of the people? You didn't answer that.
No, I'm not afraid of the opinion. I don't care. Mark, I want to explain something to you. Please listen and try for 1 second to be in my shoes. Mark, I come from a group of people that if we left it to a referendum, I would still be enslaved. I come from a group of people where nice, moderate white people were saying, whoa. This is a human rights crisis. I agree, but there's a lot of economic concerns we got to think about here. And if we would have left it to a referendum, I would still be enslaved. So I have a completely different understanding of those things than you. I don't care about public opinion when it comes to this topic. This is a human rights crisis. If I went to Germany in the 40s and asked the German people, hey, let's vote on whether or not to liquidate these Jews, I don't care. They're wrong. So this is just... Thank you for asking the question because I want to leave on this. I don't give a damn what people want on this. This is wrong. It's a moral evil. It's a human rights atrocity. So I don't give a fuck. I don't care if I'm literally, Mark, if I was the only person in America that believed this, and I had the power to impose this, I absolutely would. So I don't care about the will of the people.
I have no doubt about that.
I don't care.
No,
because what you're talking about, bro, is having a nice theoretical discussion when we've got 8-month-old kids getting dissected alive in the womb. So you don't come from a group of people where that's happened in your history. So you get to theoretical, it's all theory and all, but for me, it's a very real thing, bro. It's a real thing, man. And my folks are still dealing with the ramifications of nice white moderate people to this day. Go read Dr. King's statement about the white moderate. So that's my perspective. Thank you for asking the question.
Just so you know where I'm coming from, I'm actually not very much pro-choice. I'm kind of on the fence, to be honest. I was probably pro-life till recently. Now I find this to be very, very complicated and very difficult to decide. But if anybody has moved me to the pro-choice, nobody has moved me more to pro-choice than you.
Yeah, that's okay though.
Honest.
We're winning though. I don't care.
Well,
that's the thing. You know how I know we're winning? Because if the pro-choicers were right that 70% of the country was on their side, they would have no problem with this going back to the states. They know, and honestly, Mark, you know this. No. That's the reason you didn't want me to describe what an abortion is, because most Americans don't know what an abortion is, Mark. So I'm very, very confident that when we actually start having to debate this, and we get people like y'all saying, "I don't care what happens to that kid," I think people are going to vote in the right way.
Yeah, but yet you don't want to allow people to vote.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
You just said you don't want a referendum.
No, I didn't say it. What I said I said it's going to the states and that we live in a constitutional republic, bro.
Yeah, but you prefer to have it where governors can paint lines around counties and isolate black people so their vote. Mark,
come on, man,
that's
don't
what
do
you
that.
Prefer,
Mark, don't
right?
do that. Don't do
that.
Well,
no, I'm saying that's what you're advocating for.
Mark, Mark, do you honestly think that there's nothing I could say to respond to that? Mark,
I'm not
Roe V Wade federalized something that was supposed to be left to the states, Mark.
Right.
Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg admitted that.
And I would have no problems leaving it to the states if the states.
That's what I support.
Okay, but let's have fair states.
Mark,
let's get rid of voter suppression laws.
Mark, what are the voter suppression? Tell me what the voter suppression laws are. Tell me what they are.
I'm a Canadian. I'm not an American. Okay.
Okay. So have some humility, Mark. I'm an American. I know the laws. Have some humility. When you say things like referendum, you're speaking as a Canadian. Okay.
Right.
Okay. This is America. So what I'm talking about is dealing with the American system. Now, Mark, if you're asking me, would I support having a nationalized debate for, let's say, 2 months where everybody gets to make their arguments and all the rest of it, and then the nation goes and votes? I absolutely would support that because I am certain we would win. We would win.
Yeah, and I think you would lose, but that's fine.
But here's the thing. The people that are on the pro-killing side don't think I would lose. That's why they're going crazy right now over Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, well, I mean that's up for debate.
We'll see. We'll see in the coming years. Hey, look, if America is 70% pro-baby killing, then there won't be a problem, right? Everybody will vote for it.
You know what you should do, Vin? You should look up Canadian voting districts. You might be interesting to see all of those nice little. Where's my nice little square? I can't do my finger in front of the camera. Nice little square districts.
Yeah.
That are determined by an independent panel, nothing to do with governments. So where I vote there's no funny little lines to say, oh well, you're this race or this gender or whatever. You get to vote for this person.
Yeah, but Mark, you've already admitted you don't know the first thing about what voter suppression is in America. You just heard talking points from people. You don't actually know what actually is happening.
Well, I know that they were removing the ability to vote on Sundays and.
Mark, you have no. I'm not going to get into that. Do some reading on that and come back to me. We'll talk about it.
You're saying just to be clear, I just want to clarify. You're saying that there's no voter suppression in the.
No, 90% of what people are calling voter suppression can be done by getting an ID at your local DMV. Honestly.
Okay, is that a problem? Is getting an ID a problem for a homeless person?
No, it's not.
No, okay.
You know how I know? Because I did a ministry where me and Sori were down there don't exact 5 out of 7 days a week down in the gutter with those folks.
Okay. And they all had IDs.
They all had IDs. None of them had health care though, but they all had IDs.
On that we agree as well. They all had IDs. So all of the immigrants or whatever, they all have IDs.
Well, by the way, you do realize that if you're not an American citizen, right? Like we've got a bunch of people who are not American citizens that are voting and influencing our democracy. So that also is being called voter suppression. That's why I'm saying you need to really look into what you're talking about, because there's a lot of there as you know, with the quote left, and when I say left in quotes, I'm talking about our media, because I think you would probably agree with me that American quote left-wing media isn't really left-wing media. But what you're doing is you're quoting talking points and you're not really familiar with what's going on the topic. And that's okay, because that wasn't the main subject.
I would readily admit that I am likely much less knowledgeable about it than you. But I would not agree that it doesn't exist, and gerrymandering.
My brother, I never said that it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is that if you have the overwhelming majority, like a 70-30 split, quote unquote voter suppression is not going to be an issue. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but Georgia, for example, was not a 70-30 split.
What do you mean Georgia's not a 70-30? What do you know about Georgia? Who is the elected? Who is the most famous politician in Georgia?
How would I know that?
Stacey, you don't know the first thing about Georgia. It was Stacey Abrams, Mark.
Sorry, I misunderstood your question, Jerry. Vin, I misunderstood your question. I thought I thought you meant elected politician. For sure, I know Stacey Abrams. She's awesome.
Okay, and she single-handedly flipped Georgia blue, right? So, I mean, single-handedly is obviously exaggeration. So if there's massive voter suppression in Georgia, how the fuck did they vote for Biden instead of Trump then, brother?
Did Stacey Abrams win? Gee, my recollection is that she lost.
Can you answer the question I asked you? If voter suppression is so massive in Georgia, how did she flip Georgia blue? Because you and I don't agree with the conspiracy theorists, right? Like, we believe that Biden actually won Georgia?
For sure.
Okay, how did that happen?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the actual percentage is, but probably Georgia is 60% or 70% Democrat. And
Georgia has historically been a red state, bro. That's why it was so crazy. Okay, so stop with the voter suppression abortion thing. Stop it. That has nothing to do with it. You're going to lose because most people are going to be horrified when they find out the truth. And Planned Parenthood, you listen, I've documented this where Planned Parenthood operatives have absolutely lied so bad that the Washington Post, my brother, had to give it 4 Pinocchios for lying. Okay? These people are liars and it will not stand up in public debate. And that's why they're terrified that Roe v. Wade just got overturned, because now they're going to have to defend their position. And just as you have demonstrated, it is impossible to defend.
I don't think I've demonstrated that at all.
That's up for the audience. Your refusal to answer basic questions. Playing games like, oh, it's a baby, but it's not a child.
What you've demonstrated is that you have no interest in the will of the people.
I don't. Not on a moral issue. I don't have an interest in the will of people in the Holocaust or slavery or abortion. So you earlier said that people should have the right to decide when life is, whether it's Nazi Germany or the antebellum South. And I want you guys to keep saying this stuff on a recordable format so people can say, holy shit, I can't believe he said that. You guys have said a bunch of stuff today that people are losing their minds about, and I appreciate it. Thank you. This is the face of abortion, justifying Nazism, slave trade, whole 9 yards.
Thank you. Your will and ability to twist what people say is really unending.
Okay, well, people can watch the video and they can see whether or not I twisted your words. That's the beauty of video. That's the beauty of video, Mark. You know what I'm going to do, Mark? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to timestamp the moment when you said that for your viewing pleasure in the comment section, okay? So you could see if I was twisting your words.
I already know you were twisting my words.
Right. Madison said that your wife called it a child. You called it a baby. You guys were going back and forth. It was great. I appreciate it. Mark, though, honestly, bro, you've been around for 3 or 4 years. I appreciate your interaction. I really do. It took you a while to get you to say certain things, but I appreciate you being honest about where you're at with stuff. I appreciate it. I appreciate your wife. And are you a Christian, by the way?
Yeah, you asked me that already.
Yeah,
Yes,
my thing was out. Okay, you're a Christian. Okay. All right. Well, much love to you, brother in Christ, and I appreciate that. Hopefully, you can be nicer to little kids, huh? Holy shit. All right, much love to you, bro. I gotta go. I gotta give you the last word, and then we gotta bounce.
I don't have much of a last word except to say that that last comment was a bit beneath you, and I think there were probably many comments that you've made that really kind of revealed your personality, and that that's not a good thing. Well,
I respect that. I'm not even gonna comment on that. Much love to you. Have a good one. Okay, guys. Well, there you go. There you go. Everybody should be able to determine whether or not it's a life. Hey, you know, those Nazis in Germany, yeah, they had the right to determine whether or not those Jews were really humans. You know, the slave trade, yeah, people get to determine what a human being is, and then we get to vote on whether or not we should own Negroes as chattel or whether Jews are really Untermenschen. It's always got to be the will of the people. Okay. All right. Shout out to Madison. Much love to everybody. Look, we're going to be on the other channel because we got some really cool music for you guys. I'm going to hang out with my folks for a little bit. Then we're going to go back. Vin is a savage. Be careful when talking to him. Well, I don't know if I'm the savage. I mean, Mark is the one advocating for tearing babies apart limb from limb while they're alive. But I'll take that as a compliment. Holy smokes. I gotta say, if Mark has done anything, he has convinced me that I'd rather be an American and support reform in this country than ever live in Canada. I mean, yeah. Joe, a fetus isn't developed. I agree. Neither is a newborn. I don't know if you know this or not, Joe. I've had 5 of them, about to have 6. Newborn babies aren't fully developed once they're born either. So I guess we can talk about that. New Megadeth coming. Yes, we will probably do a Megadeth song. I'm waiting on him to come get me and Rose from my parents' house. Okay, Michelle, we're going on the other channel. Please keep us updated because I'm stressing out a little bit about that situation. So if you can keep me updated, that would be great. Okay. Much love to all of you guys. If you guys know the other channel, we're going to see you in a half hour. Holy smoly, what a world that we're in. I love you all. I'm out of here. Vin out. Actually, hold on. We got the outro. Love your neighbor, take care of each other, all that jazz. Be gone. In the meantime, love your neighbor, take care of each other. Middle America, we are the media. Till next time, guys.